announcements. To kick off the heifer show, we would like to extend our thanks and make some special recognition to our amazing sponsors that make this event possible. Our sponsors for today, Grand Champion level sponsors, are Tallgrass, Visit Cheyenne, Pine Bluffs Distilling, who donate bottles of whiskey for the winners and give the show portions of the sales at the show. They're set up right over here in the Pine Bluffs Distilling tent. Cheyenne Kubota, who gave us 4 machines to use for 3 weeks in the setup and tear down of the show. Tenco, who donated 2 drivers and a loader and a side dump truck to help with the setup. Equipment Share, donated most of the electrical equipment. Stock Show Secrets, ADM Showtech, our reserve champion sponsors. Purple ribbon sponsors are Murdoch's, Cooper Specialty Feed, Freeman Showbox, who besides money also donate additional prizes. Trans-Ova, Essential Feed, First Northern Bank of Wyoming, and the Wyoming Junior Hereford Association. Our blue ribbon sponsors are Grow Business Solutions, Miranda Simpson State Farm, Freeman Livestock, Freeman Law, Mandy Weber, Uncle Fred's Catering, who donates half of the catering costs for the genetics sale. They're set up out in the lobby, and Showtimes, who sponsor the fitting contest.
Well, good morning. I'm excited to be joining you guys back for our Open Heifer Day. I think we start off with our American Aberdeene division, and I'll tell you what, the young lady brings in a nice entry. I like this heifer and just her feminine quality up front. She's good-headed. She's slim-necked. She ties right to the top of her shoulder, and she still holds her top line with the right kind of integrity. I call her real-world sound. I like the bend and flex that she has to her lower joint work. She maybe pulls her hock in just a shade, and I could square her up on her front foot. But I think rest assured, a good, high-presented heifer, it's a nice way to start off our day. Congratulations to that young lady.
The Grand Champion American Aberdeene goes to Emily Skippin with Golden Rose Teeter, exhibited by Golden Rose Livestock. Now have the American Highland Open Show, beginning with Class 1, Cameron Carden with 2 head. Both strapped. Moving on to Class 2, Junior Heifer Calf, born January 1st, 25 to 4/30/25. Christine Alexander, exhibiting Holy Cross Harper. Renly Silva, exhibiting Trinity's Braille, owned by Trinity Farms Limited. Sean and Lori Rasicki with FSH. Kaylin, owned by Greg Starr. Sean and Lori Rasicki with FSH Mystical Night, owned by Greg Starr. Easton Silva with Trinity's Bailey's Valentine, owned by Trinity Farms Limited. And Todd Green with Mid-Lakes Back in Black, exhibited by Mid-Lakes Highlands.
Well, excited to be back here today in your open cattle show and working aside my buddy Case over there. We had a great time yesterday in the bulls and expected nothing less here in our heifer show here today. I think we started off in a good fashion. I'll preface this whole conversation with, in my part of the world, I don't have a lot of exposure to Highland cattle. So if there's any big breed characteristics I'm supposed to be taking into consideration, excuse my ignorance. I'm just going to judge them like beef cattle, like anything else. But I think we have a very good class here and some depth down the line in terms of quality. The one that I used to win here, in my opinion, sets the stage there at the surface. She's bigger and rounder in terms of her foot. She has more comfort built into her lower skeleton and just a shot more base width underneath while still keeping it in check. I think that allows her to have just a bit more true outward curvature to her center body. Very maternal in terms of her appearance here from the side profile. I like her as much as any of them in terms of her design out of her hip and hind leg. I think she's short in terms of her shoulders, still projects with some good look up through her front end. Probably not quite as long and extended shoulders forward as a couple of these other ones, but I think her basics are absolutely on point. Got another broody one here in second. She takes the cake in terms of having the most true performance. She too's pretty husky in terms of her midrib. I think gives you a good look when stopped and set up from the side profile and reads correct in terms of her angles. Biggest thing for me is I'd like to square her up in terms of her rear feet and honestly just give her a hoof trimming. I think that'll allow her to be a little squarer when she turns and goes away, wants to bring her hock in, not quite as just agile in terms of her movement when she takes off and goes. Still a nice female standing there in second. You got to kind of project here on my heifer in third, and if you kind of read through the fact that she's the most youthful in this class and just a little greener in her composition, I like this one's build as much as any of them. Her attractiveness in her hip and hind leg, her assembly up through her front end, the way she's built there at her knee, really has a good look, shoulders forward and fresh and clean in terms of her lines. She's a bit more drawed up in terms of her midrib. Again, I think that's due to her composition as much as anything. Not quite as bold in terms of the turn to the base of her rib, but certainly a high-quality female that I think her best days are ahead of her. A bit more of the same here on this black heifer. Sound and comfortable when she takes off and goes. Has a surprising amount of dimension when you get right in behind her for as youthful and just a shot more immature as what she really is. One, as you analyze her in comparison to those females in front of her, she's not as long and neat shoulders forward as the heifer directly in front of her, not as husky and opened up as the two females at the top of the class. Red heifer that comes around here next on the stand, again, has a very neat look. Her proportions, her freshness, and her lines, I think, are certainly on point. She takes off and goes and is assembled just a bit more upright there in her front end. I'd like to see her a bit more secure and confident in her step there off her rear too. I think that'll allow her to have just a bit more true base width underneath. Heifer that closes is one that I think has the advantage in the final pair in terms of body shape and dimension. She's assembled a little longer, more extended there from the side profile. She's one that needs to be rocked back in her angles off of both ends and just reconstruct her in terms of the way she's built down her top line. Jumps up in her center spine, pinches in her loin, has a little more tail head. Just like to see it all balance up a bit more appropriately. Great class there to get us kicked off. I think an awfully nice class winner.
Congratulations, Class 2 winner, Todd Green from Mid-Lakes Back in Black. Second goes to Sean and Lori Rasicki with FASH Kalen. Class 3, Sean and Lori Rasicki with FSH PSCHE. I'd like to introduce our judge for today, Nick Fitzsimmons. Grew up on a Simmental seed stock operation in western Iowa. Growing up exhibiting cattle across the country and livestock judging sparked a passion that eventually led him to Blackhawk East College and then on to Texas Tech University, where he was on highly successful livestock judging teams. After serving as the assistant livestock judging coach at Texas Tech, Nick took a position with Sun Glow Feeds. Nick currently serves as a regional show feed specialist in the Oklahoma and Texas markets. Nick, along with his wife Ashley, son Lander, and daughter Lane, own and operate Fitz Genetics, a multifaceted cattle operation in Perry, Oklahoma. Their operation strives to raise and sell high-quality, functional cattle across multiple breeds. Nick has judged numerous state and national shows across the country.
Well, certainly appreciate the kind words up there. A single entry here, and I think one that certainly you like here on the stand in terms of her depth and spring of rib. One, as I step back off her, gives you a maternal view here from the side profile, and I think does have enough true flexibility built into her lower skeletons. And I work around the backside of this heifer is where maybe I draw a few more question marks. I'd like to square her up from hooks to pins. I'd like to see her just a shot more genuine in terms of her hock and how she uses it. She wants to draw it in and just be a little more uncoordinated in terms of her movement. You could just pry her apart in terms of her center body shape. I think that elevates this female just that much more in terms of her look and her overall view there from a 3/4 shot. Still gives you a very nice look here from the side profile when she gets her parked. Congratulations to this young lady.
Winner in Class 3 Senior Heifer Calves, Sean and Lori Rosicki with FSH PSCHE. Class 4 Intermediate Yearling Heifer born 5/1/24 to 8/31/24. Frontiera Ranch with Frontiera's Sienna. Thomas McConnell with PC Scotia. Todd Green with Mid-Lake Sketching Fire. Christine Alexander with Holy Cross Piper.
Class that comes together quite nicely, in my opinion. And I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to reassemble both these heifers in terms of their front end construction. The heifer here at the front of the lineup, I'd like to rock her back in her knee just a shade, and I think that'll allow her to just go with a bit more confidence there out of her front end. Outside of that, that one toes just a little truer up front. She opens up with just a bit more outward curvature to her center body. She has a commanding advantage in terms of true pin width and dimension when you get right behind the cattle. Attractive in her hip and hind leg, really gives you a striking view here from the side profile. I think a low input kind of a female has a very eye appealing look here from the side profile. The kind of blonde heifer that comes here in second, again, one that can give you an awfully nice look. And she is just a bit neater about the angle and smoothness to her shoulder. She comes with just a bit more length and extension here from the side profile on the stand. I like her in terms of her top line. She takes off and goes, and she wants to duck her pins and come in at her hock just a touch more up front. I'd like to see her just a bit truer in terms of where her feet hit the surface. She wants to turn out just a touch and open her up in terms of her center body. It's getting harsh on a female. Still think gives you a very good view, especially there from the side profile. Very smooth in terms of her design. The black heifer that comes here next has a bit more outward turn to her midrib, one that is just a bit squarer from hooks to pins. She's a little harsher in terms of the depth to her center body, a little shorter, more jammed up shoulders forward, but I think certainly a useful kind of a functional kind of a female. And third, the one that closes us out, a little greener in terms of her composition, but you see a lot of look, a lot of smoothness in terms of her shoulder. Just need to see a bit more of her here today. Good class there. Thought an awfully nice top pair.
Class 4 Intermediate Yearling Heifer. First place goes to Todd Green with Mid-Lake Sketching Fire. Second to Thomas McConnell with PC Scotia. In Class 5, Junior Yearling Heifer born 1/1/24 to 4/30/24. Jamie McIntyre with Trinity's Carmela. Frontiera Ranch with Frontiera's Verona. Jillian Lockwood with Ferguson's Laney. Shane and Lori Rasicki with Spring Creek Nessa. Sean and Lori Rasicki with FSH Adama. Spencer and Chelsea Butterfield with Holy Cross Melody. Frank Silva with Silva's JoJo's Black Betty. Jamie McIntyre with T. Ross Nora. Jesse Silva with Trinity's Dub Real. And Todd Green with Mid-Lakes She's Got Away. And finally, Sean and Lori Rasicki with STR Ophelia.
really a fun class to evaluate here, and I think this class just top to bottom has a great deal of quality, especially about 5 or 6 deep. We got a lot of good stuff going on. You got to dig in and decide where you want to be in terms of your priorities. I'll be candid with you. The one that wins, I think, does so quite handily. And when you study them from the ground up, that is one heavy-footed animal that has a lot of just true circumference of bone. She sets down with a ton of quality in terms of her angles and the way that she goes in terms of her flexibility there off of both ends. She's as fresh in terms of her composition as any of them, and still reads right in terms of her symmetry from chest, heart, and forerib, center body, flank. She's soft in terms of her top line, has enough strength and dimension up high, but loose in the way that she uses it when she takes off and goes. You get around the backside of her. I don't think she's the stoutest one in terms of her dimension, but has more than enough, and it lays smooth onto her body. I prefer her hip and hind leg over the heifer here in second. I think she gives you a very striking view from the side profile and highlights it when she takes off and goes. Now, the power animal stands in second. This blonde female's one. And when she stopped right here, it's hard not to get fired up about her. Smooth-shouldered, high-tying, neat-looking, soft-bodied, dimensional up high. You step right in behind her, she has the most true pin width and actual muscle shape in her center stifle and lower quarter. On the stand, I don't see any major issues in terms of her lower skeleton. She takes off and go, and she doesn't hinge with the same athleticism as my female that wins out of her hip and hind leg. I wish she went to the ground with a bit more true foot size here in this top pair. I think that'd make it just a bit more of a close decision. Still a very high-end female standing here in second. 3 and 4 to me was the closest decision here in this particular class. A heifer that I put here in third, I felt more comfortable with in terms of her lines, the way she's assembled here from the side profile, the way she's built in her hip and hind leg with just a bit more true flexibility right there to hocking as she goes to her pastern. Up front, I'd like to square her up at her knee. I'd like to see her just a bit tidier in terms of her present, shoulders forward, but I think by and large, that's the female that does a lot of things right. Gives you a good view when she takes off and goes in terms of her angles from the side profile. The heifer that comes here next is one that I'd give the edge to in terms of dimension here between 3 and 4. Has a bit more outward curvature to her center body. I step back off her, and especially in motion, I'd like to change her up in terms of her balance. She's a little deep-shouldered and chested versus cutting back up to her flank. She's a little shorter from hooks to pins. It doesn't have that same comfort and stability out of her hip and hind leg. Wants to bring it in and just not go with that same kind of authority there off her rear tube. Heifer that comes here next, as I said, we still had a great deal of quality all the way down in this particular class. This one has some added length and extension. She's round-bodied. She's one that's comfortable in terms of her angles here from the side profile. She's another one I'd like to square up in terms of her base build. I'd like to see her a bit neater in terms of where her tail head sits into the backside of her hip and soften her up in terms of her midrib. Has plenty of outward turn to her body. I'd like to soften her up here from the side profile. Red heifer that comes hitting next from about her hock up is one that I can get pretty fired up about. She's husky-bodied. She's stout from behind. Still gives him maternal view. You work from there down. I just like to power her up in terms of her feature and foot size there at the surface. She, too, could just be a bit more authoritative. When she takes off and goes, she's a little lethargic. Doesn't want to get out and go with that same athleticism as a few females there, top of this class. Heifer that comes here next does reach with just a bit more true comfort off of both ends over the heifer directly in front of her. Just like to open her up in terms of her body shape. I think when you study her from behind, it's as evident as any of them. She just needs to have a bit more true base width, and that'll allow her to have some added dimension from there on up. The heifer that comes here next, I think, has a bright future, and she's as green in terms of her composition as any of them in a tough class that works her down the line just a touch, but she's still sound. She has body. She's the one that still gives you a good look. Again, just kind of out-horsed in this particular scenario. The kind of grayer tinge heifer that comes here next, one that has a little more true pin width from behind. I'd like to see her a little neater in terms of her top line and where her tail head sits in the backside of her hip. I'd like to see her just a bit stouter featured as she goes to the surface. Heifer that comes next gives you a good view from the side profile. Young man's doing a great job getting that one shown. Just like to open her up throughout. Like to see her square underneath, have a bit more true body shape. Heifer that closes, again, one that from a true function standpoint has enough reach and comfort off of both ends. Just like to open her up in terms of her base build and just have a bit more cow everywhere in that particular animal. Good set of them, top to bottom. I think an awfully nice class winner.
In Class 5 junior yearling heifers, first place goes to Frank Silva with Silva's JoJo's Black Betty. Second to Jillian Lockwood with Ferguson's Laney. Of Class 6 entering the ring, senior heifer born 1/1/23 to 12/31/23. Frank Silva with Silva's Pepper Jack, Joe Johnson with CSF Mendota, Thomas McConnell with PC Laramie, James McIntyre with Trinity's Aphrodite, and Renly Silva with Trinity's Tally's Twilight.
Again, very good classes. We kind of get into some older age heifers here. And the black one that I used to win does so quite handily, in my opinion. One that I think in terms of her lines, her balance, her shape, her dimension, her feature at the surface really sets the standard in this particular class. You get back off of this one, and I think regardless of what breed, she just gives you a very striking view. High tying, neat in terms of her chest floor, really progresses back into a very nice kind of an underline. Female that has some added true squareness from behind the class. I like this one in terms of her comfort and her feature there at the surface. She's honestly a little lethargic. I wish she'd go and just set down with a bit more authority there off her rear too, but that's getting critical. Female puts a lot of very neat things together. Congratulations, this young lady, on an awfully nice female. Here between 2 and 3, I think, is where your decision lies. And in my short judging experience here with Highland cattle, I opted to go with a little more shape and muscle. I think that's something that a guy could keep track of here in this particular breed and try to inject a bit more of. I like this one spread up high. I like her roundness in terms of her body. I like her added shape and her center stop on the lower quarter here in this particular class. She's one that still gets out and goes with enough comfort and flexibility there at the surface. You compare her back to the heifer directly in front of her. I think the biggest thing is you'd like to change her underline. She's got a bit more forward chest and sternum versus cutting back up and being a little drier to the base of her rib. But again, a lot of neat breeding pieces in that darker red female standing in second. The kind of lighter red heifer that rolls around here in third would be on the opposite end of the spectrum, moderate. Easy keeping in terms of her type and kind, as much drop and I guess depth in her center body as any of them. Still very comfortable in terms of her angles there at the surface. She's a little more compact in terms of her type and kind. I like to just see her a bit more extended from shoulders forward and hook bones back. I like to square her up and see a bit more true product when I step right in behind this heifer. She gets her parked like that. Young lady does an awesome job getting her shown. I think she does a lot of things in a very high quality fashion. Black heifer that comes here next. I like this one's added length and extension in this particular pair. I like this one's roundness in terms of her body. And from the side, she has enough flexibility in terms of her joints. I personally think structure is fairly all-encompassing. And when she turns and goes away, I'd like to square up at her hock and see her set down with more security from behind. I'd like to square up at her knee, and I think that'll allow her to have a bit more turn to the base of her cage and offset that added turn that she has up high. You study her down the top side of her skeleton. Female has a lot of usefulness. The female closes one that, again, I think smooth in terms terms of her shoulder, fresh in terms of her composition. Like to pick her up from hooks to pins, like to square her up in terms of her assembly there off her rear two and soften her up in her center body. Just see a little more everywhere, but certainly a good class there. Thought an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations. The first place in this class goes to Renly Silva, with Trinity's Tally's Twilight, and second to Jamie McIntyre with Trinity's Aphrodite. Now we'll judge for the Grand and Reserve Champion heifer, females, and then we will judge the cow-calf. So back into the ring, we will need Todd Green, Sean and Lori Rasicki. Sean and Lori Rasicki out of Class 3. Out of Class 4, Todd Green and Thomas McConnell. Class 5, Frank Silva, Jillian Lockwood. And Class 6, Renly Silva and Jamie McIntyre.
Well, I'll be honest, when I jumped on the plane to come up here to Cheyenne, I probably didn't expect to see a Highland show quite like this, but it is a very pleasant surprise. And I would tell you from top to bottom, this show has been very fun to evaluate. A lot of good in these cattle here as you study them from one end to the other. I thought we started it all off in a very compelling fashion here on the end. Round-bodied, stout hips, sound and flexible, maybe not near as neat and extended shoulders forward as a couple that come behind her. But man, that is a very useful kind of female here out of that first class. One that comes out of this single entry class, good looking here from the side profile, has plenty of flexibility in terms of her lower angles. Like to see her just a bit more everywhere in terms of body shape, dimension, and squareness from behind. I'd like to see her a bit more secure right there at her hock, but certainly a female, if managed correctly, could have a great deal of success. Then we started getting into some deeper water. This red heifer that comes out of this middle class is one that I liked an awful lot, especially outside of one area. From her shoulders back, she's round and dimensional in terms of her rib. She's comfortable and stout in terms of her hip and hind leg. She gives you a very striking view here from the side profile when she gets her all put together. Up front, I'd like to rock her back and angle to her knee just a touch. I think that'll allow her to have just a bit more true elevation when she takes off and goes out of her front end, and a bit more softness in terms of the start to her spine. That female Then we got into that fourth class, and that's a female that really strikes a chord with me when you study them from the ground up. Huge-footed in terms of relative to her size and frame, one that's very comfortable in terms of her lower angles. I like this one's proportions here from the side profile and her freshness and composition relative to the population of heifers that we have out here. Round in the turn to her center body, stout from behind. I think when you take all things into consideration, that's a female that you like an awful lot of things about, and I think it all starts at the surface in terms of the way she's assembled. Then that last class comes rolling in. I think a female that kind of catches your attention from the second she comes in the gate. I like this one's proportionality as much as any of them. Her freshness in her chest, and how she progresses back into her center body, the way she's built in her hip and hind leg in terms of squareness and how she drives it to the ground with some added feature and attractiveness right there at her hock. Again, very good angle in terms of her shoulder, knee, and how she works to the ground from a three-quarter shot. In my opinion, she's as impressive as any of them to be smooth in her shoulder and come with that kind of outward curvature to her midrib and still have the commanding advantage in this particular lineup in terms of true pin width and squareness from behind. I said there earlier, and I think it's more an aesthetic thing. She's a little lazy out here and doesn't want to set down with quite as much authority there on that rear pastern, but I think if you got her going with just a bit more tempo, that would certainly come out of her. Female, I think, does a lot of things right. Pretty fun one to evaluate, and I think it's pretty straightforward out here. She's going to be her champion. We're going to follow right up with this heifer directly in front of her for reserve. Congratulations.
Champion goes to Renly Silva with Trinity Tally's Twilight. Reserve to Frank Silva with Silva's JoJo's Black Betty. We'd like to announce first call on the Angus cattle, and we'll move on to the cow-calf with the American Highland cattle. In this class, Colin DeMuth is exhibiting H.S. Lovestruck. Heather Bailey is exhibiting Finola Katie 32nd You Rock. These will also be the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion cow-calf.
With this being our selection for Champion Reserve cow-calf, I'm going to talk them initially, and I'll tell you how I like them. The red pair here at the front of the lineup, I think this is a cow that you really like in terms of her reach and her flexibility. There at the surface, she's got some added set. I think a female that's still obviously putting a lot towards her calf. She's a little bit more, I guess, broke down in terms of her full rib and given a little bit more in terms of her composition to her offspring, but she still has turned to her center body. She still has enough dimension from behind, still gives you a very neat an up-headed look from her shoulders forward. I think as you analyze her from a comparative sense to the cow directly behind her, she's not near as stout-featured. I'd like to see her just a bit more tucked up into her chest floor, but certainly a female you like an awful lot of things about. I think what's impressive about both these cows is the calves they have standing behind them. And this heifer that she's produced, I would almost argue is a higher quality animal than even her mother. So I think that's certainly exciting whenever you're talking about cows that work in production and make the next generation. This particular female is dense in terms of her ribs. She is stout from behind. She's not necessarily wanting to cooperate just right this second, but she's very comfortable in terms of her angles off of both ends. Just has a lot of true squareness in terms of her overall design. Still gives you a very neat look here from the side profile. Let me jump into this older pair, or I guess a stouter pair here directly behind them. And I think one that you like an awful lot in terms of her foot, her feature, her body shape, her added squareness and dimension from behind, has a bit more spread, just length and extension here from the side profile. I think if you could elevate her in a couple areas, maybe you'd like to see her a little stronger right in behind her shoulder and square her up from hooks to pins. I think maybe in a perfect world, you'd like to square her up at her hock. She almost has a little extra set there, but I think as long as you know that going into your breeding decisions, you can certainly use that in your favor and for your advantage. So a female I like in terms of her feature. I like her added dimension here between those two cows. Then we got kind of a chocolate brown bull calf here standing beside her. And again, I think both these cows are doing a great job in terms of what they're producing next generation. A big-footed, stout-featured female that I would argue is even more attractive in his hind leg than his mother. Very dense in terms of his rib, very stout in terms of his dimension from behind. A little more jammed up, shoulders forward. Maybe you'd rock him back and angle to his shoulder just ever so slightly, but certainly an impressive individual there standing beside this blonde cow. I think it's a good pair of pairs back and forth between these two. To me, it's still a fairly straightforward decision. We're going to use this blonde cow to be your champion. The red pair is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion cow-calf pair goes to Heather Bailey with Finola Katie, 32nd, You Rock. And second goes, reserve grand champion goes to Colin DeMuth with HS Lovestruck. All right, we're ready for Class 1 in the Angus Open Show. Spring heifer calves calved after March 1st, 2025. Class 2 and Class 3 of Angus need to be finding their way to the holding area. Ryder Teton is exhibiting Lazy JB Queen Latifah, 552. Tanner Ruppel, Rose Lady, 5917. Kimberly Gray with HLC Princess 17N, Eli Musgrave with Styles Sandy F501. Alexis Melander and Cooper Lindstrom and Cindy Worthington need to be finding their way to the holding area. Our judge today for the Angus show is Case LaRoe. Case LaRoe is from Lubbock, Texas, with a background in showing and raising livestock. Case was an All-American for Blinn College's livestock judging team before transferring to Texas Tech University, where he completed his undergraduate degree in animal science while competing on the livestock judging team. Currently, he is the assistant coach at Tech while he works on his graduate degree in ruminant nutrition. Case recently accepted the head coach position for Colorado State University, which he will start in August 2026. Nick Fitzsimmons and Case LaRoe will be alternating on the classes.
Well, a really, really nice way to start our Angus division off with here in our spring calf division. I'll tell you what, I have a high appraisal of all four of these cattle that we have in this particular lineup. I thought 2 and 3 were just a little close, but my mind never wavered from the young ladies class winner. You want to talk about just density in terms of her image from the outside. I think with respect to the breed, this heifer in terms of the shape of her head, the flow of her neck and shoulder is incredibly impressive to me compared to the cattle that we have in 2 and 3 from the 3/4 shot. I thought she was better, and just the lay to her blade, the way she opened up in terms of her forerib. She's a stouter structured female that's great in terms of her joint work. I like for her age and where we're at, the lay of her chest, extremely fresh and high presented. There's some times she might jump up in the middle part of her loin. I still thought that heifer, in terms of her length off either side of her skeleton, allowed her to pull together with an extremely good look. Like I told you guys, I thought 2 and 3 were closer in my mind. I thought the young lady's heifer that lands in second more so mimicked the look, balance, and imagery of what our class winner did. She's longer necked and cleaner in her throat and her chest line than the heifer that we have in second. I thought in motion she held her top line in just a little bit better. I think underneath her toe is just a little bit long. I don't know if she was quite as glass smooth, and just her bottom line and the way that she pulled together is what our class winner did. She wasn't quite as just obnoxious in terms of her foot size. I like that heifer's quality quite well though. The heifer that comes in 3, this heifer in terms of just general function I thought is extremely good. Her hip and her hind leg I thought was built just a little bit better than what the one in second was. We get from this view right here, and I thought this heifer was a little more generic up front. I could dial her back in terms of her chest. I can make her just a little more unique in the blend of her shoulder into her forward, but I like her function and utility quite well. And then lastly, the young man that's going to close this out, awesome presented heifer, super fresh and great shape. I thought structurally she could sit down just a little bit better. I thought we could soften her back into her rear rib and flank. Good class of them top to bottom. Put your hands together for those exhibitors on a job well done.
Congratulations to Eli Musgrave with Styles Sandy F501. Second to Kimberly Gray with HLC Princess 17N. Now entering the ring, Class 2 Junior Heifer Calves, calved January 1st to February 29th, 2025. Alexis Melander. Alexis Melander, exhibiting Bar S Northern Miss 5815. Cooper Lindstrom with Stag Lucy 8022 39N. Peyton Teton with Conley FRKG Queen Meg 5744. Cindy Worthington with RW Time to Dream 501. Peyton Teton with GC Cowboy Up Z04. Peyton Teton with GC Up Down Z03 Nala. And Ryder Teton with GC Tailor Made Z01 Kimber. Got it. We need Class 3 senior heifer calves, Zoe Melander. Class 4 summer yearling females, Madison Fisher and Lazy JB Angus. Class 5 late spring yearling heifers, Adam Alfs, Peyton Teton, Seek Ranch, and Michael Coulterman. Find your way to the holding area. Final call for Zoe Melander in Class 3 with RW Sarah's Dream 414. And we'll have Class 4, Madison Fisher and Lazy JB Angus.
I'll tell you what, I woke up this morning with high hopes in my hotel room about what we were about to get into today. And I'll tell you what, the top 3 in this class, you better be loaded for bear because we're going to have a lot of fun throughout the duration of the day. I'll tell you what, there is an instinct call whenever you're judging livestock. Whenever one enters into the ring, they got a different arrogance and moxie to them. The young ladies class winner, when you want to talk about a presence that is tough to turn from the side, here's your ticket right here. Beautiful headed. I'm talking about zipper chested and awesome in the way that she transitions into her rear rib and flank. The toughest of critics will tell you that this heifer's built just a little loose in her shoulder. I would tell you she's young, skinny, and green, and she'll have time to fill in. What I'm worried about is a big, stout hind leg underneath that swings right every single time. This heifer is deceiving in terms of her legitimate pin width that she has. I like just the ball to her stifle and the way that she carries her dimension down. She'll roll on her rear feet just a little bit, and I wish she could tie in stronger right in behind her blade, but quality nonetheless. 2 and 3 I thought was a tough decision. I ultimately split the difference from the 3/4. The young lady's second place heifer, I thought was just a little truer in the turn to her body, and compared to the one that we have in third, she sat broader off either side of her tail and was more legitimate in terms of her muscle shape and dimension. Now, the reason she can't get around our class winner for where we're at as a spring heifer calf, she's pretty heavy in terms of her chest and shoulder and how she's carrying some extra condition. I can bend her back and her knee and just lengthen her up front. I don't know if that heifer has the same mileage long term as what our class winner did, but today I thought the softer flank female still pulled together, just as good balance as what we had in third, with a little more dimension and power. The trade-off in my mind is the heifer in second's a little leaner in terms of her condition. She's neater in the floor of her chest, and I like the roll to her rib cage, flat-shouldered. Up front, she needs to sit just a little broader at her knee and her front foot going right away from me. I thought she started to ride up on her ankle and close up in terms of her hock joint as she left me. The heifer that comes out in fourth, extremely powerful. I like this female in terms of just her foot size and extra feature. She wears her shoulder just a little coarse. She's a little heavier in terms of her chest. I could dial her back in terms of her tailhead just a little bit and see her set down more comfortably. I like the cow utility of the gentleman's coming out in 5. Looks like she'd stay moderate, keep on flesh. She'd do a nice job raising cows for this young man. There's some style and balance points that maybe we miss out on. That heifer's just a little heavier in her chest. I could knock her down in terms of her tailhead. She still doesn't just travel her hind leg as effortless as some other cattle do in this class. I thought this heifer's power was impressive. She needs to be just a shot later maturing in my mind. She'll kind of be just a little coarser up front and maybe match it behind. And then the young man that's going to close this out, more feminine than the heifer that we just talked. I thought structurally this heifer maybe had the most miscues in terms of her hind leg. I wish she could just stay a little steadier in how she went. A good class from top to bottom. Put your hands together for those exhibitors on a job well done.
Class 2 junior heifer calves. First place goes to Cooper Lindstrom with Stag Lucy 8022. And second goes to Lexus Melander with Bar S Northern Miss 5815. And we're ready for Class 3 senior heifer calves. Zoe Melander with R.W. Sarah's Dream 414.
Final call for Class 4.
Final call for Class 4, Madison Fisher and Lazy J.B. Angus.
A really nice, just single entry October born here. This young lady's heifer has just got a lot of cow value in my mind. I think there's a lot of times in the show ring where we can accelerate these things in extra frame score. What I appreciate about your heifer young lady, she's still moderated in terms of just her mature size. Looks like she'd keep on flesh and do a nice job for you. She's sound as the day is long, and I really like the flex and cushion that she has to her lower joint work. I think from the side, though she fits and pieces together extremely nicely, we could probably clean her up in terms of her neck and her chest line. That heifer is just carrying a little extra in terms of her fat deposition around her tailhead, but I still think she holds her top line well. She's beautiful in terms of the turn to her body. An awesome cow there as a single entry. Put your hands together for that young lady on a job well done.
Class 3 senior heifer calves goes to Zoe Melander with R.W. Sarah's Dream 414. Class 4 summer yearling females, calve May 1st to June 30th, 2024. Madison Fisher and Lazy J.B. Angus with Lazy J.B. Sarah's Dream 477.
I'll tell you what, getting to work alongside the judging team there at Texas Tech, we talk a lot about what is tough to find in livestock. I think with respect to the breed that we're judging here in the Anguses, obviously known for a lot of quality. This heifer, and I told this lady that she's just a little different in terms of her makeup. She's shorter to the ground. She's wider in the middle part of her body and out of her hip than what is usual. Her feet are tremendously big, and they have the right flex and cushion underneath of them. I got to be honest with you guys. I'm a show calf guy by trade, and I like this heifer and just the make and mold that she is. Moderate, chunky middled, and super stout. She could be cleaned up just a shot to the floor of her chest. She might have some extra shoulder for some people, but I would tell you she's glass smooth from the side and has some legitimate power. A nice single entry there as we continue to work through the Angus show.
Our Class 4 summer yearling females, Madison Fisher and Lazy JB Angus with Lazy JB Sarah's Dream 477. Ready for Class 5 late spring yearling females, calved April 1st to 30th, 2024. Adam Alfs with Meg. Peyton Teton with Lazy JB Northern Miss 492. Seek Ranch with TK No Limit 426 AM. And Michael Coulterman with EXAR Princess 4903. In the holding area, we need Michael Voloshin with Kimura 2400.
Well, the Angus division has been extremely fun, and we probably, in my mind, save one of the better ones for last. Young man brings in April that I tell you what, I'm a big fan of. Here is what I like. I like fresh cattle that are able to hold just their condition and composition extremely well. Young man, where I feel like your heifer excels, especially compared to the cattle that we have in 2 and 3. She's neater in terms of her chest line. She's glass smooth in the way she ties her shoulder into the base of her forerib and heart cavity. This is where this heifer's at her absolute best. She sits square on her knee and her front foot. You watch her go right away from you. She's atypical for an Angus in the bend, flexion, cushion that she offers to a stout hind leg. I'm not going to call her the biggest hip, biggest pin, most powerful female that we have seen, but what I like is style, finesse with still legitimate function underneath. A nice way to get started. I studied 2 and 3 a little bit longer because I thought the decision was close. Ultimately, the young man's that falls in second more so resembles what we have in our class winner compared to the gentleman's in third. She's taller at the point of her shoulder. I thought that heifer jumped back longer in terms of her hip and a little bit better in terms of the set and utilization to her hind leg. She sat squarer in terms of her front foot. Now, I need to clean her up with some chest. I could tuck her and knead her at her shoulder, and from behind, she needs to be just a little bit stouter for me, but I still thought she pulls together a little more memorable in her image compared to the gentleman's that we have standing in third. Bigger footed, more moderate, and some extra power, and that's where the decision has to be made. The gentleman's that falls in next, I thought was rounder in the turn to her upper rib. Likewise, she's bigger in her upper pin set and the way she carries shape down to her lower stifle. She'll pull her hind leg in from behind. She gets a little shorter up front, and I didn't think she balanced quite as nicely. Lastly, we close with the young ladies, moderate, round-bodied, and powerful. I wish she could maybe get up and go a little bit better in terms of her hind leg. That heifer's just a little coarser in every direction, but a really nice class of them. Put your hands together for those exhibitors on a job well done.
Congratulations to Adam Alfs with Meg. Second to Michael Coulterman with EXAR Princess 4903. Ready for Class 6, early spring yearling females, calved March 1st to 31st, 2024. Michael Voloshin with Kimura 2400.
Nice single entry here to close out our Angus division. The gentleman's doing a nice job showing a March bred that I really like from just a utility standpoint. This heifer's glass smooth in terms of her rib cage. What I really appreciate about our young man is you get in behind the cattle, she actually has legitimate width to her top, and from behind she's big hipped and she's got a good just roll and turn to her body. She sets them out just a little wide up front and maybe just isn't as seamless in the way she ties her blade into the base of her body. I don't want to nickel and dime. Good stock for a big one. I still think her joints are good. Her feet sit right. I like your single entry young man. Put your hands together for him as we welcome in the final drive here in an impressive Angus division.
Judging for the overall grand and winner of Class 6, Michael Voloshin with Kimura 2400. Now judging for the grand champion and reserve champion Angus female, will bring back into the ring Eli Musgrave, Cooper Lindstrom, Zoe Melander, Lazy JB Angus and Madison Fisher, Adam Alfs, and Michael Voloshin. Charolais, be making your way to the holding area. Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3 all need to be ready in the holding area.
I'll tell you what, this is an exciting way to start the morning off. And before we get too ahead of ourselves, my highest compliments to everybody in the back and the quality of cattle that you guys have brought to the show. I know firsthand how tough it is to get cattle to this point, to get them presented. And so my highest compliments. There's not a heifer out here that I don't particularly love. But before we name our champion of reserve here in a tough division, we'll go back through and visit what my thoughts were. We started extremely strong in Class 1 with the young ladies class winner for a calf. What I told you guys is I like just her juvenile look in terms of her head, the lay of her chest. She's incredibly fresh. I feel all too often we can get these cattle just a little too ready too quickly. What I appreciate is that she has held her condition extremely nice for the calf division. She's still good in the roll to her body. Now we get in behind the cattle. She's maybe shooting behind the 8-ball a little bit in just terms of her natural flank line and the bull to her stifle. She sacrifices some power out here, but extremely high quality, sound, functional livestock that I like a good deal. The heifer that stood in second to her, I told you guys it was a tough decision between 2 and 3. I thought that heifer more so mimicked what our class winner did in terms of where she tied her neck to the top of her blade. Stronger top female, I thought was more balanced than the heifer that we eventually had in third. A little harsher in terms of her belly line, and I didn't know if she was quite as glass smooth as what our class winner was. We turn it up just a notch here in Class 2, folks. Let me tell you, there is just a pulse that you get whenever an Elite One walks in. This heifer, in terms of the way that she pulls together from this side, is incredibly hard to make. I'm talking about zipper chested, ties beautifully to the top of her shoulder and jets down her top line with legitimate spread and width from behind. I told you guys at her age she's a little disconnected in terms of her blade. I think that'll come because she just doesn't have an ounce of fat on her yet. What I appreciate is a big hind leg underneath that swings right every time, and with it supports a big broad hip from behind. I like cattle muscular and genuine, and that's what I call her, and she does it with some extra style, finesse, and balance from this side. Whistle-necked, but has some real cow utility from their back. I'll be excited to see how she shapes up here in just a second. 2 and 3 were close in that class. The young ladies that fell in second, moderate, chunky middle, a little too plain up front. A single entry here that I told you guys I like the utility out of her quite well. I need to see her just a little neater up front, tuck her in terms of her chest and lengthen her out of her hip. Another single entry here for the lady. I told you guys this one's a little different make and mold compared to most Angus's. She's moderate and shorter to the ground. She's chunkier middled and wider and stouter than what we have in the field. What I appreciate about her maybe the most is just the set and utilization to a burly hind leg. Now from this side, I can nitpick this heifer in terms of her balance. I could tuck her in terms of her chest. I could lengthen her out of her neck. But you want to talk about good production livestock, I like her an awfully good deal. We get to some bigger divisions, and the young man's big April bred I like an awful lot from a freshness and condition standpoint. She pulls together as one of the 2 balanced cattle that we have out here, and she still does it with the right utility and bend to her lower joint work. That heifer's just a little long from her eye to her nose, but I don't want to nickel and dime good stock. She's good in terms of just her neck and her throat line, beautiful down her top line. I could elevate her at her shoulder just a shot, but extremely fresh, well balanced, and I like that heifer soundness quite well. Gentleman that was second, I thought more so mimicked our class winner than what third did. Round bodied, still has the right kind of pin width and substance. That heifer's just a little plainer up front with it. She could utilize her hind leg just a little bit better. We close out with the last single entry of the day. This heifer's beautiful in terms of just the turn to her mid body and the spread out of her hip. She starts to sacrifice right in behind her shoulder. I could tuck her and knead her at her blade and elevate her in terms of her chest. Guys, it was a whale of a good Angus division. If you would, put your hands together for all the exhibitors in the ring. I'll take one last look and go pull a pair out of here that I'm extremely proud of.
Champion Angus female. Grand champion female goes to Adam Alfs with Meg. Reserve Grand. Was that Cooper Lindstrom? Cooper Lindstrom with Stag Lucy 802239N ET. Our Charolais show is beginning to start. Let me quickly recognize our show sponsors. Our grand champion level sponsors are Tallgrass, Visit Cheyenne, Pine Bluffs Distilling, Cheyenne Kubota, Tenco, and Equipment Share. Our reserve champion level sponsors are Stock Show Secrets and ADM Show Tech. Our purple level sponsors are Murdoch's, Cooper Specialty Feed, Freeman Showbox, Transova, Essential Feeds, First Northern Bank of Wyoming, and the Wyoming Junior Hereford Association. Our blue ribbon sponsors are Grow Business Solutions, Marinda Simpson State Farm, Freeman Livestock, Freeman Law, Mandy Weber, Uncle Fred's, and Showtime. Thank you to all of our show sponsors today. In the ring is Class 1 Spring Purebred Heifer Calves calved after March 1st, 2025, Sutton Hill with Nene.
Very nice way to start us off here in our Charolais show. And just from showmanship yesterday, saw quite a few white cows, and it makes me fired up for what's about to come in the ring. And I think we have that indication here in our first calf, one that is very comfortable in terms of her lower angles. I like this one in terms of her chest floor and where it sits in her in relation to her center body. Her freshness and composition is on point, in my opinion, for this stage of the game. Very upheaded and proud in terms of her presence to her front end. She's one maybe you'd like to lengthen from hooks to pins just a shot and square her up in that particular area, but a dimensional kind of female that's sound on the go, very on target in terms of her composition and fat cover here today. Congratulations, that young man, getting us kicked off in the Charolais in a high-quality fashion.
Winner of Class 1, Sutton Hill with Nene. Class 2, Junior Purebred Heifer Calves, calved January 1st to February 29th, 2025. Easton Hill with Carrie Underwood, Seek Ranch with S.R. Sally 5864.
Good pair of them here in this particular class. And the heifer that wins maybe isn't blessed with the same hair coat as the one that goes in second, but you're reading just the true function that she brings to this particular class, and I think that's where you got to hang your hat. One that's just a little more comfortable in the set and angle to her knee, one that opens up with an immense amount of true dimension and power in her midrib. I really like this one's added stoutness from behind the cattle, her added pin width and center stifle shape, and still lays fairly smooth onto her body. I get back off her, and she still puts together a very maternal look here from the side profile. Again, by comparison, it's a little bit of hair coat and fit job. I think she genuinely could use just a bit more foot size and ankle by comparison, but a very high-end female. Young man's doing a great job getting that one shown. Again, the heifer here in second, just bigger footed, stouter bone, one that is a little longer, more extended shoulders forward, a little tidier in her chest floor, neater right there in her jawline. And I actually give her the advantage in terms of her levelness from hooks to pins from a 3/4 shot. I'd like to open her up in her full rib. I'd like to see her just a bit more dimensional right there in her center stifle and lower quarter. All things considered, I don't need my heifers to be overly stout or muscular, but I wish she had a little more in that regard. And then set down with just a bit more authority there at her hock. She's a little uncoordinated in her movement. She wants to twist just a little up front when she takes off and goes. Just like to see all those pieces blend together a shot neater. Good pair of them back and forth. I think certainly a great deal of utility in those two Charolais females.
Class 2, first place goes to Easton Hill with Carrie Underwood. Second to Seek Ranch with S.R. Sally 5864. We're ready for Class 3, Senior Heifer Calves, calved September 1st to October 31st, 2024. Henry David Chapman with DAL I'm a Cheerleader 10M1. Excuse me, this is Class 4. Class 3 was a scratch. Sutton Hill with OCR Mary Bob M251.
And there's a lot of things to like here in this particular May female. And I think as you step back off her and take it all into consideration, one that's going to have a very useful kind of a mature cow size. I like how smooth and easy keeping she is in terms of her general appearance. From her shoulder back into her forerib, she's very neat in that particular area. Soft bodied, neat back into her flank, still fresh in terms of her composition. Again, I think a useful size in terms of her overall frame as you project her on. Reads very comfortable in terms of her angles as she goes to the surface, and one that still has more than enough true dimension from behind and still lays it smooth onto her body. When she takes off and goes, I wish she went with just a bit more athleticism out of her hind leg. She's wanting to kind of jab him to the ground just a little harder, not wanting to go with that same kind of authority as we've seen in a few other females through the ring here today. But man, that heifer is awfully nice in terms of her transitions. The one that I think is very good in terms of her overall usefulness and low maintenance kind. Congratulations to that young man.
Winner of Class 4, Sutton Hill with OCR Mary Bob M251. Ready for Class 5, late spring females, calved April 1st to 30th, 2024. Calvin Hayes Chapman with DCC Royal B Foreign Love 2425.
A bit more of the same in this particular class, a moderate, chunky, stout kind of a female that brings a lot of good to the table. I think this one's best position is going to be one put in production. Again, a low maintenance kind that has some added dimension, that has some added power from behind. Still gives you a good look here from the side profile. Again, what we've seen to this point here in this Charolais shows she's a little shorter from her shoulder forward, pushes just a shot more chest. I'd like to see her go to the ground with just a shade more bone and a shot more comfort right there at her hock. But all things considered, I think that is a very useful kind of a female in terms of her body type, her added mass, and one that reads right in terms of her mature cow size. Congratulations to that young man on a nice female.
Winner of Class 5, Calvin Hayes Chapman with DCC Royal B Foreign Love 2425. Into the ring is Easton Hill with OCR Mamma Mia M83.
Well, we finished up a few breeds here so far today, so we thank all of the exhibitors for being with us for the last couple of days during our breeding cattle shows. We do have prospects moving in tomorrow morning, so as you guys start to break down your stalls and clean up and load to head home, we would ask that you just kind of make sure that your trash is picked up and things are cleaned up a little bit. There should be plenty of trash cans around, but we've got those individuals coming in this weekend, and we want to have the barn ready to go for them. So we would appreciate that very much.
working towards a very nice Charolais female, and we get all these back out here. And I think this one really adds to the lineup of what's to come. A heifer, to me, reads right in terms of her composition. We get to this point in our kind of bred phase that I think you really got to take into consideration freshness, and then what they offset that with in terms of genuine power and shape in terms of their body and mass from behind. This one certainly does that to a very high degree. I like where her chest floor sits in her. I like her elevation and look from her shoulders forward, the way she comes back out of her shoulder, again, with a very fresh and bold body type. You step right in behind her, she has as much true raw dimension as anything we've seen through this particular breed, and goes to the ground on a very attractive set of feet and legs. I'll be interested to see how this one stacks up with what we have here previously and then what's to come. I like this heifer an awful lot. I think young man's got a great female. He's doing an awesome job showing her. She puts together a lot of neat pieces. Congratulations to him.
Winner of Class 6, early spring yearling females, Easton Hill with OCR Mamma Mia M83. Class 7, entering the ring, junior yearling females, calve January 1st to February 28th, 2024. Jordan Denisio with CMP Miley.
The Charolais are bringing it today, and I think here in our last class, if I'm not mistaken, we really bring some added heat. And one, again, fresh in terms of her composition, still so bold in terms of her body, has some true power when you step right in behind her. I think where this one elevates herself in terms of her contemporaries and what we've seen to this point in the Charolais show is this one can absolutely scoot in terms of her lower angles and the way she goes off of both ends, her looseness in terms of her front spine, the way she uses it. She's one as she goes to the ground, maybe you'd like to power up in terms of her foot size a little bit. She's a little tender in terms of her movement there off her back left, and I actually, funny enough, just saw her slip as she was coming in here, so I'm going to chalk it up to that because I think her angles are absolutely on point. I like the set to her knee. I like the way she uses her hock and stands there. She's one that goes to the ground with plenty of flexibility in terms of her pastern. The way she comes out of her spine with that kind of body type relative to her freshness is certainly my speed. Congratulations to this young lady. Very nice female.
Winner of Class 7, Jordan Denisio with CMP Miley. We're ready for the judging for the Grand and Reserve Champion Charolais female, Sutton Hill. Out of Class 1, Easton Hill first, Seek Ranch second out of Class 2, Sutton Hill Class 4, Class 5, Calvin Hayes Chapman, Class 6, Easton Hill, Class 7, Jordan Denisio. Ready for the Chianina, Key Angus to be entering the holding area. Adam Alfs, Gateway Genetics, and Jackson Walker.
Really a fun set of white cows here. And I think if you're just evaluating livestock, as deep of a set as any of them as we've seen to this point, there's not a pile of them out here in the middle of the ring, but I would say all these females are very high end in terms of what they bring to the table, their usefulness, and they do what you expect Charolais cattle to do in terms of having some added power, some added dimension, and still highlight it with some true flexibility and usefulness in terms of their type and kind. We started it all off in a very impressive fashion. I'll tell you, this heifer calf here on the end gets me as fired up as any of them in terms of her future. I like this one's upheadedness and her neatness from her shoulders forward. She explodes back into a very impressive, fresh kind of a center body. I like this one's added true raw power when you step around and behind her, and her comfort and flexibility at the surface is really setting the standard for this particular breed and what's to come. It's kind of what I held everything else to as far as just a true baseline. I think you'd like to see her just a little longer and square from hooks to pins, but outside of that female does a lot of things right. She got in a bit of a buzzsaw of a breed, and I'll kind of tip my hand a little bit. There's two breads on the end that get me pretty fired up, but I would tell you, young lady, keep working hard. If they'd let me do a third overall or an honorable mention, he would certainly be in that particular position. Then we got into class 2 and another stout, punchy kind of a female that you like in terms of her body type. Maybe you'd like to see her hook up a little stronger from shoulder to full rib down there in her heart. But one that I think certainly brings a lot of good to the table. Maybe you'd stouten her up in terms of her foot size just ever so slightly, but again, a bright future. We had a single entry here that I liked in terms of her usefulness, her type and kind, her mature cow size you project her on, her smoothness in terms of her design, and still having some true dimension when you step right in behind her. She's a little lethargic out here. I wish she went with just a bit more athleticism, but man, I think that is a very high-end female. Heifer that comes here next, again, a useful kind, stout, broody, maternal in terms of her overall look here from the side profile. Going to have a moderate mature cow size. I think you could fill up a pasture with that kind and make a lot of money. She's maybe not near as picked up or as extended as a few of these other females. I'd like to see her just a shot more comfortable in terms of her true angles underneath, but I think in production there's no major question marks on if that one can cruise around in a pasture. Then again, we kind of grabbed the gears. We got into these last classes, 2 single entries, and must have scared everybody else off, but I think they're certainly high end in terms of what they bring to the table. Young man circling right now has one that has the advantage in terms of true mass and dimension. That one opens up with a very impressive type in terms of her body. I like her added pin width. I like her added shape in her center stifle when she carries it deep and smooth down into her lower quarter, one that has the advantage in terms of true foot size and feature. I like her look and her lines here from the side profile. I'd like to see her go with just a bit more confidence off of both ends. She kind of wants to just lumber around out here in the ring. And again, it's kind of fine-tuning or cutting hairs between these two on the end. I think in a perfect world, by comparison, you'd lay her back in her blade and her knee just ever so slightly. And I think that'd allow her to reach just a bit more athletically there out of her front end. But that's getting harsh on a female. Does a lot of things to a very high-end fashion. And then this heifer here on the end kind of, I guess, sings my song in terms of my type and kind. Really like this one in terms of her attractiveness and her hip and hind leg. I like this one in terms of where her chest floor sits in her at the base and how she opens back up and progresses into her center body and back into her flank. Her freshness, in my opinion, is truly the standard in this particular breed and what we have here today, and still has an immense amount of true round turn to her center body, and how she comes out of her spine and works down to the base of her rib, projects with a lot of neat look there from her shoulders forward, still neat in terms of her jawline and fresh about her head. A female does so many things right, in my opinion. As I said there, she kind of slipped coming in. She's actually working her way out of it. Regardless, you read this one's angles, and it is as good as any of them out here. So, again, I'm a little, I guess, tough on tipping my hand and showing my poker face, but I think this one is very, very nice. To me, it becomes a bit more of an easy decision the longer I'm out here and the more that I talk through these. I'm going to use this one as your champion, the one right in front of her for reserve. Congratulations on an awesome Charolais show.
Grand Champion Charolais female goes to Jordan Denicio with CMP Miley. Reserve Grand, Easton Hill with OCR Mamma Mia M83. Ready to start the Chianina Key Angus show with Class 1 Spring Chianina heifer calves calved after March 1st, 2025. Adam Alfs with Hot Mama 52N Gateway Genetics with PJK Miss Haley 216N.
I'll tell you what, it was fun to watch Nick sort through a really impressive white cow division, and we do not skip a beat here as we start with our key show. I like both of these cattle extremely well. I told you guys earlier in the Angus division, I'm a club calf guy by trade, and I can tell you that both of these cattle have a tremendous amount of value. To me, they seem very, very versatile as we take them on down the road and take them out of their show careers, what they will be able to generate. I'm a big fan of the Red Blaze that we have kicking this class off compared to the young lady's black heifer that stands in second. There is more length and maternal quality, in my opinion, to the red heifer that's going to kick things off. Up front, I think they're both exotic in terms of their look. To me, the red heifer's longer out of her hip. She's a little deeper in terms of her forerib and heart, and I like to sweep back to her rear rib and flank. I think both of these cattle are exceptionally sound. To me, this heifer probably pulls together with a big ring image that is tough to turn. The trade-off in my mind was the black heifer is just my speed. She has a lot of value wrapped into her head, her neck, and her chest line. That heifer's extremely big-footed underneath. She's got the chrome spinners that go right every time. She pulls her hind leg in just a shot. She's not quite as deep and soft back into her rear rib and flank, but a really nice pair of them there to go 1 and 2 as we kick the key show off.
For the Spring Chianina heifer calves, Adam Alfs is first with Hot Mama 52N, Gateway Genetics second with PJK Miss Haley 216N. Class 2 entering the ring, Jackson Walker with DRIT Miss Moonshine.
Single entry May here that I like quite well on the standstill. Man, she kind of sings my song. I like when Nick said that earlier. She's moderate, but she's still incredibly wide. You get to the 3/4 of this female, what I find impressive is the wrap and turn that she offers to her upper rib cage and at the base of her heart. Yet I still think she tucks her elbow in extremely neatly. She squared her knee. Now she sets them a little wide up front, and as you watch to have her turn and take the corner, she could probably utilize her rear feet just a little bit better, but I like this heifer in terms of her legitimate power, shape, and muscularity. Still think she pulls together with an extremely high-quality look. I'm excited to get the keys back out here. A short division, but quality nonetheless. Put your hands together for them on a job well done.
Congratulations on Class 2 Summer Yearling Chianina females to Jackson Walker with DRIT Miss Moonshine. Now we'll have the Adam Alfs and Jackson Walker back into the ring with their first Gateway Genetics with the second out of Class 1.
I will be the first to tell you guys, I would love to load all three of these cattle up and take them back to Lubbock, Texas, and try my hand at raising a couple of show steers out of them, or maybe just some future breeding heifers. I think the three head that we've had here in this division all have tremendous value. There's some subtle differences between them. The red heifer that wins Class 1, I told you guys, she's probably the best in terms of a breeding heifer make and model, right? She's the slimmest neck. She's the neatest up front. That heifer's just feminine quality to me, sticks out in this particular drive. In that class that we had between her and the black heifer standing behind her, I thought that heifer maybe anteed up in the length of her hip, the roll to her body, and still just the flow that she offered from shoulder to forerib, mid-body into her flank line. That heifer's joint worker extremely good. I like the shape to her feet in a world that we maybe put some extras in terms of power and performance. What I appreciate about this heifer, she brings it back down to earth in terms of her square build and makeup. The heifer that stood second to her in that class, I told you guys, had some far-reaching pieces. That heifer's head, neck, and chest line is extremely good. You get her on top of the cattle, and I like the spread and spring to her upper body, and she still offers some dimension from behind. I could dial her back just a shade in terms of her tail head, square her up front, and see that heifer maybe hold her dimension a little truer down to the surface, but I like that heifer, and her best days are still to come. Class 2 or single entry here, I told you guys, shoulder back. This heifer is extremely exceptional to me, and the roll that she offers to her mid-body, the spring and spread that she has out of her hip, I'll be honest, as wide as she is off either side of her pin set, I can actually deepen her in terms of her twist and give her a little more true roll to her lower quarter and stifle. To me, her rear feet could be just a shot better, and as we get her back out in the lineup, I think it's a close call. I'll take my cattle with some extra power. She's a little coarser in the lay to her blade. She's not quite as unique in just her look up front as what another one is out here, but I like that heifer, and she holds a lot of value to me. Again, my hat's off. I like the red heifer to be our champion in this particular division. We'll follow up with the young man out of Class 2. Good key show. Put your hands together for those exhibitors on a job well done.
Grand Champion Chianina female goes to Adam Alfs with Hot Mama 52N. Reserve Grand Champion Jackson Walker with DRIT Miss Moonshine. We are ready to start the Hereford show. Class 1, spring heifer calves, calved after March 1st, 2025. Casper College with DCLL. Violet Reed with JPV Miss Anna 511N. Casper College with DCLL Broxton Last 581N. Knox Miller with DCLL Dahlia Rose 590N. McKenna Camp with JCS 170H Dominette 5961. Stetson Story with CRR Story 196 Eclipse 5102. And Sidwell Herefords with S3058 Sophia 10N. 2, 4, 6.
Great way to start us off here in our Hereford show. And anybody that knows me knows that this heifer that I used to win becomes a very logical and easy place to start. She's my speed in terms of her neatness of chest floor, her look and extension, shoulders forward, and then accompanying that with that kind of body from there on back. She's not as fleshy as a few of these other ones, but I think that's perfectly fine at this stage of the game. I like her roundness to her center body. That one is deceptively stout when you get right in behind her. For as neat as she is about her jawline and up through her front end, she's got a big old pin set in her, and I like the way she carries that added shape and dimension deep into her lower quarter and stifle. She gets out and goes comfortably there off of both ends. She's green enough and just kind of figuring out the halter, so she's maybe just a little uncoordinated in terms of her movement there off her rear too, but her actual bones and her flexibility is certainly my speed. Again, I like that one an awful lot. The one that comes here in second, I think rivals her in terms of true body shape. She has the advantage in terms of just added performance here from the side profile, and she too has some added just shape and spread when you get right in behind the cattle. Get back off her. I think she gives you a very striking view here from the side profile. You send them into motion. That's where I sort that pair. Like to see her go to the ground with just a bit more reach and comfort there off her rear too. See her just a shot more comfortable in terms of her general movement. Heifer that comes here next is kind of swinging them for the fences, in my opinion. So wild looking, shoulders forward, very round in terms of her body type, has plenty of dimension in terms of her upper pin. She wants to funnel a bit more and get a little harsher to the base of her cage and back into her flank. I'd like to just reassemble her in terms of her hind leg, where she's just a shot more up and down at her hock, wants to pull them in when she turns and goes away, not near as coordinated in terms of her general movement, but certainly has some neat pieces. Heifer that comes here next, probably a little more basic in terms of her type and kind, and I mean that in the best way possible. In that particular pair, 3 and 4, she's softer in terms of her midrib. She's one that's a shot more comfortable in terms of her hind leg. Up front is where I'd like to see this one assemble just a shot differently, set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee, stouten her up in terms of her feature at the surface, and just see a bit more presence there from her shoulders forward. We continue down the line. The heifer that comes here next that I think still has a lot of good to her. She's neat in terms of her general appearance from the side profile. She's fairly comfortable and long strided there out of her hip and hind leg. Just gets out horsed in terms of body shape when you study her down low in comparison to those females directly in front of her. I'd like to stouten her up and see her a bit squarer as she goes to the ground. The heifer that comes here next has plenty of length and extension from the side profile. Certainly the stouter featured in this particular pair, one that I appreciate for her added dimension from behind. She needs to balance up just a bit more appropriately from chest to flank. I'd like to see that one just a little neater in terms of the way her pieces come together from the side profile. Heifer that closes us out, again, high performant, has some mass up high, wants to funnel and flatten a bit more to the base of her skeleton. Like to see that one just a bit more feature and confidence in terms of her step when she takes off and goes. Good class there. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations on Class 1 to Violet Reed with JPV Miss Anna 511N. Second to Stetson Story with CRR Story 196 Eclipse 5102. Ready for Class 2 Junior Heifer Calves, January 1st to February 29th, 2025. Single entry Maddie Rogers with MR Ginger 5300.
Young lady doing an awesome job with her single entry January, and I think a very nice class winner here with a very useful kind in terms of what she brings to the table. Dense in terms of her body, stout from behind, dark red, great pigment. I think certainly comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg. Like to square her up just a shot up front. She wants to twist them out ever so slightly. And then as you think about her in comparison to that last class, maybe not near as wowy in terms of her presence from her shoulders forward, but again, dense, moderate, stout, comfortable in terms of her hind leg. I think that's certainly a useful kind of a female here. And the young lady's doing an awesome job getting her shown, having a blast out here. And I think that's something to be said. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Maddie Rogers for MR Ginger 5300, winner of Class 2. Class 3, Brayson Mayo with MYO 255 Sheila 478 entering the ring.
Single entry November here, and I think one that brings a lot of pieces to this particular class and scenario of Herefords that you expect from a good Hereford female. Moderate, powerful in terms of her rib, stout from behind, big featured as she goes to the surface. You step back off her, and I think big picture, she still puts together a very high quality look, presented to a very high degree. One that if you could tweak her in just an area or two, I think you'd like to relax her in terms of her angles ever so slightly and square her up when she turns and goes away. I'd like to see her tail head, and more than anything, her grow bone just sit a little neater in her top line. But again, big picture, that one does a lot of things right. Her overall broodiness and mass is something that I'm naturally drawn to. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Class 3 winner Brayson Mayo with MYO 255 Sheila 478. Class 4 Summer Yearling Females, calved May 1st to June 30th, 2024. Maya Connell with CCC Maraschino M2.
Red neck, very conservatively marked female that certainly you like in terms of her length and extension from the side profile. Plenty of foot and feature as she goes to the ground. She's fairly shaped up in terms of just her dimension and how it lays on the top side of her skeleton. Again, got a good look from her shoulders forward to the base of her rib. I think you'd like to see her balance just a little neater in terms of where her chest floor sits into the front side of her shoulder relative to her heart and how she feeds back into her flank. Like to see her just a little smoother in terms of her transitions down her top line. But again, big picture, that is a stout, muscular kind of a female. Still goes comfortably off of both ends. I think certainly gives you a lot of good views. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Class 4 winner Maya Connell with CCC Maraschino M2. Class 5 Cane Creek Cattle with ELLA Miss Kitty 4014. Excuse me. Cane Creek Cattle with ELLA Miss Kitty 4014 and Carly Coulterman with WF Rose 4126.
Good pair of them here. And I would tell you, when they first come in, you're naturally drawn to the heifer in second. Very highly presented, fresh-haired, dense and dimensional in terms of her type and kind. And the reason why I probably had a little distaste for this heifer here at the front of the lineup is my own personal bias. As a Hereford breeder, I'm going to throw a little bit of an assumption out here and say this one's probably a marksman. And there's some pieces about her that maybe, again, my own personal bias. She's a little longer faced. She's a little pinched right in behind her blade. But I think once you get past that, she is my preference in terms of her hip and hind leg, her softness in her center body, her freshness in terms of her chest floor and where it sits in her. I actually think she has more true angle and set to her shoulder. Now she goes to the ground up front. You step back off her, and outside of that one or two areas where you could maybe amplify her, she gives you such a striking look from her shoulders forward. Again, progresses back with an impressive kind of a body shape back into her flank. And I like this one in terms of the way she's assembled off her rear too. Still has an immense amount of true power when you step right in behind her. What makes it tough is a heifer here in second directly offsets her in terms of being just a little shorter and stouter face. She's one that's a little stronger right in behind her blade up high. She's a little bolder in terms of her heart and forward, but now she goes down there. She's one that is so massive in terms of her center body and stout and powerful from behind. As you dig through and read through the hair just a bit, I'd like to rock her back an angle to her shoulder just a touch. I'd like to see her go to the ground with just a bit more true comfort off her rear too. And as much as anything, just see her longer in terms of her hip design. I think that allow her to take a more athletic stride there off her rear too. Very high-end, high-quality pair there with, I think, some good talking points back and forth between them. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
In Class 5, late spring yearling females, first place goes to Carly Coulterman with WF Rose 4126. Second to Cane Creek Cattle with ELLA Miss Kitty 4014. Class 6, early spring yearling females, calved March 1st to 31st, 2024. Cooper Lindstrom with LIN Miss Marigold 4422.
Very high quality female here, and the young lady brings one that I think when she gets her parked right here can give you a very impressive view. Again, high tying and very arrogant in terms of her presence there through her front end, fairly fresh in terms of her composition, and has an impressive amount of center body and fill back into her flank. You step right in behind her, still square in terms of her design and dimensional, and the way she carries some added shape and turn down into her lower quarter and stifle. Really like this one's angle to her shoulder. Now she goes to the ground up through her front end, off her rear too. I think in a perfect world, you could set her down just a shot more comfortably in her hock, and as she goes to the ground at her pastern, I think 1, 2, you'd like to see her just a bit fresher and bloomier right there in her loin. I don't know if she breaks just a little there, or maybe they got a little aggressive and dug it out, but big picture, this one does a lot of things right. I think she's a good mature size as you project her on. She's one that you really like in terms of her angle up front and her mass that she carries from a 3/4 shot. Congratulations, that young lady, on a very nice female.
Congratulations to Cooper Lindstrom for LIN Miss Marigold 4422. Class 7 senior yearling females, calved September 1st to December 31st, 2023. Corey Wood with JPV Miss Classy Ansley 381.
Very nice female here to close us out here. A single entry that does a lot of things right. And we actually had a good conversation last night at supper on types and kinds and how things change over time. I would tell you time ago, and that's not taking anything away from this female, this one would be so my speed. It'd make your head spin just in terms of her presence, and one that just gives you such a neat look there through her front end, arrogant and almost half wild in terms of the way she moves around the ring. So comfortable in terms of her angles down low, has a big sweeping rib cage, long and level back out to her hip, and just floats around the ring. You know, with time, I think I've probably drawn just a little more towards feature and a little more dimension. I think that's where you maybe could improve this female just ever so slightly, but I think she's still got more than enough in terms of her spread and mass. One that I think still has enough bone. Again, that's where you'd probably like to improve her just a shot, but I really like this one's angles, her look, her proportions, and the way she puts together here from the side profile, especially when set into motion. Congratulations on a very nice female.
Congratulations to Corey Wood for JPV Miss Classy Ansley 381. Now we're ready for judging of the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female, Violet Reed and Stetson Story from Class 1, Maddie Rogers, Brayson Mayo, Maya Connell, Carly Coulterman and Cane Creek Cattle from Class 5, Cooper Lindstrom Class 6, Corey Wood Class 7. The next two breeds, Limousine, Limflex, Molly McCurry, and the Maine-Anjou, Maine Angus, just the Maine-Anjou, just the Maine-Anjou.
Really a fun breed to sort through here, and a breed that I have a great deal of passion for. Don't have as many Hereford cows as some of the guys that live in this part of the world, but we do fancy ourselves Hereford enthusiasts and have a great deal of care for the breed. It's a breed we want to raise our kids in, and I think certainly a set of cattle, as you just talk broad strokes on this particular breed, there's still a lot of variance and different types and kinds. I think regardless of what you're trying to do in your operation, you can find it in the Hereford breed, and I think that's certainly exciting just because you can still move in different directions. There's a few other breeds that I think have kind of cornered themselves into a certain type and kind, and I think, again, this is a breed here that you can find whatever you're looking for, and there's still a lot of good differences amongst them. As we started it off here in Class 1, and similar to our Charolais, it comes down to some big breads on the end, but if I could throw out an honorable mention, this calf right here I think has such a bright future, and the young lady is doing a great job getting her shown. Nice of her to bring her mom out here with her to help show her calf. I think this one is very comfortable in terms of her angles. Really like her look and her freshness from her shoulders forward, her softness in terms of her center body, her overwhelming stoutness when you step right in behind her. She probably doesn't hook up quite as strong right in behind her shoulder, both down her top line or down into her heart and forerib at this stage of the game. But as I said there earlier, she's very fresh and honestly a little green in terms of her composition, which I'm personally in favor of. I think we don't have to have them just completely cooked at this stage of the game. That one's got a lot of life left in her, and I think think fun to evaluate. Got a dark red heifer that comes here next, and I think she's useful in terms of her type and kind. Moderate, bold body, stout from behind. Not as wowy as a few of these other ones, but certainly a fun project, and I think more importantly, a great cow to put back into production for that young lady who's certainly having a good time out here. We get into this fall division. I think this is one that you certainly are drawn to in terms of her body mass, her turn and dimension from behind. You step back off her, she's just got a stout look about her in terms of her feature and her skull and what she can do and bring to a breeding situation in terms of dimension. I think as you set her in motion, that's one you like to relax in her angles just a touch. And as I said there earlier, mostly from an aesthetic standpoint, lay her tail head just a little neater into her top line. Heifer that comes here next, a single entry that's long and extended and shapely from up above. Like to soften her up and change her balance to the base of her rib. Like to see her just a bit more coordinated in terms of her movement, but certainly a quality animal there. Then we got into some deeper waters. We get into these last three classes. I thought this pair directly in front of me was certainly high quality and probably the decision here in this particular show in terms of types and kinds are very different in what they bring to the table. This is one here, as I said there earlier, if you could strengthen her right in behind her blade just a touch and you kind of take that out of the consideration, her body shape right through her midrib is certainly on point. Her stoutness and squareness from behind, her comfort and her attractiveness in her hip and hind leg, her length and extension from her shoulders forward. That one can give you a very striking look when the young lady gets her put together. And I think she highlights it when set in motion in terms of her reach and athleticism. Heifer that comes here next, absolutely in contention. And the reason she is because of her dimension in terms of her midrib, her stoutness from behind. You step back off her, she gives you a very no holes kind of a look from the side profile. You set her into motion, you kind of start nitpicking these females because I think this is that good of a show and you got to start kind of cutting hairs. She's one that you'd like to square up just a shot in terms of her hock, maybe like to see her just a bit more comfortable in terms of her angles off her rear too. But as I said there earlier, she offsets it very nicely up to her front end with a good bit of just true flexibility and curvature right there at her knee. A high-end female presented very nicely. Young lady's doing an awesome job getting her shown. Then we got one here on the end. Looks like at times she might want to take flight in terms of her presence and the way she's built there through her front end, runs uphill in terms of her look and her eye appeal. Again, just has an arrogance about her when she floats around the ring. Her reach, her athleticism, her comfort in her lower joint work really highlights her maternal view here from the side profile and softness to her center body. She's one maybe you'd question if there's just enough there when you get right behind her. I think she has more than enough dimension through her center body. She still has plenty of spread working down the top side of her skeleton. I think as much as anything, as you get comparative out here, she maybe could use a shot more leg hair just to stouten her up in terms of her general bone work. But certainly a female I like in terms of her reach. I like in terms of her presence as she cruises around the ring. It's a big cow that still gives you a very functional kind of a look regardless of what angle you look at her. So again, I think a very good set of them from start to finish here in our Herefords. I think you all should be very proud of this breed and what comes to the table here today at the Cheyenne Livestock Expo in terms of your Hereford breed. Congratulations all these exhibitors. I'll get you a champion reserve.
Champion Hereford breeding female goes to Corey Wood with JPV Miss Classy Ansley 381. Reserve Grand Carly Coulterman with WF Rose 4126 ET. We're ready for the limousine limb flex with Molly McCurry in Class 1. she not here? Well, while we've got a lull in the action here, let me read our show sponsors. Our grand champion level sponsors are Tallgrass, Visit Cheyenne, Pine Bluffs Distilling, who donates the bottles of whiskey for the winners and gives a portion of the show a portion of the sales at the show. Cheyenne Kubota, who gave us 4 machines to use for 3 weeks. Tenco, who donated 2 drivers, a loader, and a side dump truck. Equipment Share, who donated most of the electrical equipment. The reserve champion sponsors are Stock Show Secrets, ADM Showtech. The purple ribbon sponsors are Murdoch's, Cooper Specialty Feeds, Freeman Showbox, Transova, Essential Feeds, First Northern Bank of Wyoming, and the Wyoming Junior Hereford Association. The blue ribbon sponsors are Grow Business Solutions, Marinda Simpson State Farm, Freeman Livestock, Freeman Law, Mandy Weber, Uncle Fred's, and Showtimes. The Maine-Anjou are in the ring with Class 1 Spring Maine-Anjou heifer calves calved after March 1st, 2025. Tate Kerschel with DRIT Northern Lights, Tessa Delmore with DRIT Nashville, and Leighton Crawford with CFE Nassau 2533N.
Can you announce for Sawyer?
We're needing Sawyer Styles with DRIT Miss Mojito ET to report to the holding area.
Our lone Lemmy ended up scratching, and so we jumped right into the mains, and my apologies for taking an extra second to evaluate the first class of them. I think just the top two are so similar in terms of their type and kinds. I wanted to make sure that I did my due diligence in discussing the differences between these cattle. Here's why I like them. They both have the natural presence that they pull together with the right kind of quality. I thought there was minute differences in terms of structure. Our class winner, in my mind, is just a little bit safer in terms of her shoulder build and the slope and set to her knee and her front foot. I thought was just a shot better with that. I think it's splitting hairs and calling which one more powerful. I thought the leadoff heifer was just a little neater in terms of her neck. She ties it higher to the top of her blade. Now, she's not perfect. As you get in behind the cattle, she actually gives up some natural dimension to the heifer that we have in second. There are some times she gets just a little lazy in where she plants her honk going right away from you. I thought the trade-off was she was a little longer hipped and pulled together a little bit more memorable. I thought she was smoother and neater in the way she tied her shoulder into the base of her body. The trade-off in my mind was the young man's heifer that comes in second, probably bigger in terms of her upper pin set. That's a big-footed female that still has the right roll and wrap to her mid-body. To me, compared to her class winner, she's just a little shallower in terms of her jaw, a little shorter in terms of her neck, and up front, I thought her blade sat a little steeper and a little deeper than ultimately than what our class winner did. Young lady, don't be discouraged. Your heifer has some really intriguing pieces of what we've had out here. She is the biggest hip. She's the most muscular, especially through just the ball of her stifle, and her top line reads with tremendous power. She's in an awkward growing stage right now, and that I could tuck her and knead her in terms of her chest. I thought the smallest footed heifer of this particular lineup got just a little up on her rear ankle and didn't want to set down quite as nicely. A good class of them top to bottom. I like all three of those cattle quite well.
The winner on Class 1 Spring Maine-Anjou heifer calves, Tessa Delmar with DRIT Nashville. Second, Kate Kershaw with DRIT Northern Lights. Class 2 Late Spring Yearling Maine-Anjou females, calved April 1st to 30th, 2024. Sawyer Styles with DRIT Miss Mojito ET.
Really nice single entry here as we continue to work through the main show. What I appreciate about this heifer, she's incredibly fresh. I don't want to sound like a broken record as we continue to work through the open show, but I'll tell you what, freshness is a high priority to me. We just wrapped up at Louisville with the judging team, got to look at a lot of elite livestock, and what I just picture in terms of breeding cattle at this time of year is that they would hold their condition very well, and the single entry does just that. I really like the flow to her shoulder. I thought just the actual tuck to her upper blade and how she rolled into her upper body was extremely nicely. This heifer, in terms of her knee and front foot, are built extremely secure. Long hip, beautiful from the side. As you watch her turn and go right away from you, she rolls her rear feet just a little bit and pulls her left hind in. That's getting awfully particular. I like that female quite well.
Winner of Class 2 Late Spring Yearling Maine-Anjou females is Sawyer Styles with DRIT Miss Mojito ET. Class 3 Tessa Delmore with DUP Movin' Ziggy 419M.
Tell you what, folks, the park quality on the Lone March is something to really just turn your head. I like this female quite well from the side. Even compared to the single entry that we just talked, this heifer is just a shot denser in terms of her overall image. She probably ups the ante in just the roll to her body and her natural spread and dimension from behind the cattle. I love this heifer's head. She's stout and she's deep in her jawbone, but she's still elevated in terms of her chest floor. Me and Nick had a good conversation on the way up. Something not often talked about is just shoulder build. And I actually thought the tuck and elevation to her shoulder and how she drops back into her rear rib and flank is really impressive. She's got big feet. Now in motion, this heifer will do some funny things. She'll kind of open up at the top of her blade. She'll throw her mid-spine up. I wish from behind that she would keep her hind leg just a little square. I don't call her unsound, probably just a little sluggish in the way she gets up and goes. A really nice single entry there that'll fit in nicely here in the mains in just a second.
Congratulations for Class 3 early spring yearling Maine-Anjou females goes to Tessa Delmore for DUP Movin' Ziggy 419M. Class 4 junior yearling females calve January 1st to February 28th, 2024. Ryan Carlson with DUEL Margot 400M. All right, Class 4 was a scratch. Class 1, Tessa Delmore with DRIT Nashville. Class 2, Sawyer Styles with DRIT Miss Mojito. And Class 3, Tessa Delmore with DUP Movin' Ziggy 419M. Ready for the miniature Herefords in the holding area.
This is the division when I woke up this morning that I was really excited to see and sort. I have just an affinity for these Maine cattle. I like them quite well, and I think these four are good representations of the breed. I know we were limited just a little bit on numbers, but I hope you guys around ringside can look out here and appreciate just the quality and elevation of the cattle that you guys have out here in the western U.S. We'll start with Class 1. I'll be honest with you guys. I thought these two cattle were dang near flush mates. They're very, very similar in terms of their type and kind. I thought they're both round-bodied, good-shaped. I thought two cattle that had a lot of bone. I thought our class winner here on the front line probably elevated look just a little bit. She was sharper in terms of her look up front. She was bent back better in the angle to her shoulder, knee, and front foot. And likewise, I thought that heifer was a little longer hipped and pulled together, more memorable in terms of her image. Now the trade-off was the young man that stood in second, probably broader and had more real estate off either side of her tail, a bigger hipped heifer, tied more dimension down into her lower quarter and stifle. I like the power that she boasts, but still the look that she pulls together with. I thought in motion it was getting very critical, but she read a shot steeper in terms of her blade and her knee. I wish that heifer could maybe just be a shot more coordinated out of her hind leg, but a good pair of them to come out of Class 1. I don't want to show my hand, but it ultimately, for me, comes down between the two on the end here. I like the heifer, the single entry out of Class 2 quite well. In terms of just function, this heifer is probably my favorite in the bend and set to her hind leg, the way that she operates it. I actually think the utilization to it allow her to take the more athletic step of what we have in this particular lineup. This heifer's extremely well balanced. Now, her neck could be just a shot longer, and I get to the 3/4, and I ask myself, does she sit just wolfy enough? And the size of her arm and her front foot, the way that she blends back out of her shoulder, she's just in the turn to her upper body. I could amp her up in terms of her natural dimension from behind compared to a heifer that we're about to talk. I love her build and her balance quite well. We can make her just a shot neater up front, give her more true turn and dimension. from a three-dimension standpoint, the heifer that stands here on the end absolutely trips my trigger. You want to talk about from behind the cattle. This heifer is beautiful in the roll to her rib cage. I like the way that she platforms up high. She's got the right kind of shape. I know heifer guys don't like talking about that all that much, but she's beautiful in terms of just her freshness and composition. She comes back the biggest in terms of her pin set and the way she ties it into her lower quarter and stifle. I still thought the biggest footed heifer meets her track in motion. Now the issue is she doesn't hold the same balance and symmetry that I'm getting right now. She'll throw the middle part of her spine up, she'll drop her rump just a little bit, and she'll pull her hind leg in from behind. Like I said, I don't think she's unsound, and I still ultimately think her natural dimension, poise, and posture from the side is good enough to win this particular division. She's going to have your champion. Young lady out of Class 2 is going to have your reserve. Congratulations to those guys. Good job.
Congratulations to our champion, Maine-Anjou, Tessa Delmore with DUP Movin' Ziggy 419M. Reserve Sawyer Styles with DRIT Miss Mojito ET. We're ready for the miniature Herefords. Class 1 spring heifer calves, calved after March 1st, 2025, Riley White with AK Queen Nala 253 ET. Since all three classes are a single entry, we're going to bring them all in at the same time. Spring heifer calf, calved after March 1st, 2025, Riley White with AK Queen Nala 253 ET. Class 2, junior heifer calves, calved January 1st to February 29th, 2025. Single entry, McKenna Camp with THF Miss Janet Ray 512. Class 3, junior yearling females, calved January 1st to February 28th, 2024. A single entry, Bill and Sherry Snyder with Snyder View Zalia.
So as they run these three head in here, they all would have been single entry class winners. So we're going to talk them as individuals first, and I'll tell you where I'm at in terms of my champion and reserve. Young lady has a very high-end female here at the front of the lineup. I think this one really sets the standard in terms of her presence and proportionality. Here from the side profile, stout featured, bold and round in terms of her midrib. I like her spread and mass working on the top side of her skeleton. I step back, still fresh in terms of her composition, gives you a youthful look from the side profile, which can be a bit of a tricky scenario here, and the mini Herefords, they can get a little mature looking on you. So I think they've done a great job just presenting this female here today. In a perfect world, she could be just laid back and angled to her knee ever so slightly. She could be just a shot swoopier in terms of her midrib, but I think a female does a lot of things right. Very bright future on this particular female. Young lady's doing an awesome job getting that one shown. The heifer that comes here in this second spot, I think certainly you like in terms of just her upheadedness, her softness in terms of her center body, her reach and her flexibility there off of both ends. I think you have to decide on this particular female if there's just enough cow there in terms of foot and feature, full rib shape, mass from behind. She's just a little dainty and a shot more fragile in terms of her appearance out here, but certainly good looking in terms of her lines. I like that one, softness and her flexibility. The heifer that comes out of this last class is on the opposite end of the spectrum. She is so dense in terms of her ribs. She is so stout from behind, comes with that added foot and feature underneath. With that, she's one that's just a shot coarser in terms of her general design. Right there on the front side of her shoulder, where her chest floor sits in her natural head carriage, I like to see her just a bit more comfortable in terms of her angles off the rear too, and clean her up in terms of her dew claw. Just looks a little coarse in terms of her hind leg construction. So to me, it becomes a pretty straightforward decision on champion, and then it becomes quite a bit closer, honestly, for a list of different reasons for reserve. But the young lady right here at the front of the lineup is going to be my champion. I'm going to follow right up with this heifer here at the end as my reserve. Congratulations.
Need the red Angus up to the holding area. Grand champion female for the miniature Herefords goes to Riley White with AK Queen Nala 253 ET. Reserve Grand, Bill and Sherry Snyder with Snyder View Zelia. Ready to start the Red Angus Open Show with Class 1 Spring Heifer Calves, calved after March 1st, 2025. Earlier, I wanted to say that we're excited. We have exhibitors from 22 states and Canada registered at the Cheyenne Livestock Expo this year. We want to recognize the board of directors, Pam Freeman, the chairman, Jefferson Keller, the vice chairman, Scott Vetter, Dylan Freeman, Mandy Weber, Justin West, Krisha Geffert, and Whitney Dar. The show coordinators and board chairman, Pam Freeman, cattle superintendent, Jefferson Keller, swine, Krisha Geffart and Whitney Dar, and sheep and goats, Dylan Freeman. We'd like to thank all the volunteers that help us put on the show. Many community members volunteer time to help set up and tear down, even announce the show. We have LCCC show and judging teams here all week. We had Casper College show team here, Laramie County FFA chapters, and the Army Aviation Association, to name a few. We invite you to shop our vendors that have supported the Cheyenne Livestock Expo and are here all week out in the lobby. Go grab some food at Uncle Fred's Concessions along with refreshments at Pine Bluffs Distilling. We have the tent set up down here at the end of the grandstand. Both of these great businesses have sponsored the expo for the past 5 years. All right. Entering the ring, the spring heifer calves, Jacob Luvas Young with Lazy J Noble Nelly 5451 021. Wardell Cattle and J3 Ventures with WLTR Duchess 2N. Also, I wanted to mention that the show is being streamed live on Ringside Live on YouTube.
Good pair of them here to start us off in a Red Angus show, and heifer calves that I think certainly have a great deal of future. The heifer that I used to win, just a little stouter in terms of her hind leg and a shot more attractive in the way she uses it. One that remains a bit more collected in her top line when she takes off and goes, fighting to halter a little bit, but I think she naturally is just a bit neater there through her front end, has a good drop and sweep to her center body, enough mass from behind. I think in a perfect world, you just square her up a little underneath, and that'll allow her to have just a bit more broadness in terms of her upper pin set, but certainly a high quality female that I prefer in terms of her angles and the way she sets down at the surface. Darker red female that comes here in second, I think certainly gives you a striking view from her shoulders forward on the stand, certainly has some added mass and turn to the base of her rib cage. One, when she takes off and goes, I'd like to strengthen her right in behind, loosen her up in her center spine, see her a little square from hooks to pins at the ground. She gives up just a bit in terms of foot and feature, and a close pair, that's enough to put a very nice female standing there in second. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations on Class 1 Spring Heifer Calves. Jacob Lavash Young with Lazy J Noblenelli is first place. Wardell Cattle and J3 Ventures is second with WLTR Duchess 2N. Class 2, Katie Johnson with Flatiron Breezy 520.
Really a stout single entry here, and one from this rear view right here. That one does a lot of things right for the Red Angus breed in terms of her spread and mass working down the top side of her skeleton and back out through her hip. A lot of turn in terms of her center body and stifle as you study her again from a rear view or from a three-quarter shot. I step from this angle, and I'd like to see her a little tidier on the front side of her shoulder, see her with just a bit more elegance and honestly feminine view from her shoulders forward. As she goes, she's not near as comfortable in terms of her hind leg as that heifer that wins the previous class, but all things considered, that's a moderate, dense, stout kind of a female. Brings a lot of utility to this particular breed. Congratulations to her.
Winner of Class 2, Katie Johnson with Flatiron Breezy 520. Class 3 coming in, Jesse Coyle with TMAS MS Max 4707M.
Big fan of this heifer here, and I would tell you from the ground up is where this heifer really elevates herself relative to her contemporaries in this particular breed. So comfortable at the surface, still square in terms of the way she's assembled there underneath. I like this one's body shape quite a bit in terms of the way she comes out of the backside of her shoulder, feeds in her full rib, sweep and turn to the base of her rib, and still outward curvature, square, and very attractive in terms of her upper hip, and drives a very functional hind leg into the ground. Gives you a great view here from the side profile. That one area right there on the front of her chest, I think maybe got away from them just a little bit with the feed bucket, but I think once you get to this stage of the game with big breds, you just got to own it. And it honestly, you could almost make an argument, it really lends herself to that low maintenance kind that she really projects from there on back. That one's always going to be easy to maintain when put back into production. In this setting, I think she still gives you a very high quality view from the side profile. I like her as much as anything when she takes off and goes. Congratulations to this young lady.
Congratulations for Class 3 Spring Yearling Females, Jessie Coyle with TMAS Miss Max 4707M. Entering the ring, Class 4 Early Spring Yearling Females, Tanner Ruppel with Rail Miss Blazer 328M.
Another nice single entry here, and one that I like in terms of her center body shape and dimension, the spread she has there internally, her mass from behind. One, as I step back off her, still pretty on target in terms of her composition. Maybe not as picked up and extended in terms of her type and kind, shoulders forward and hook bones back. I think in a perfect world, you'd like to see her a little longer stepping in terms of her stride there off her rear too, but certainly a nice female that you're really drawn to in terms of her general mass through her center body and her spread that she has from behind. Congratulations to this young man.
Congratulations to Tanner Ruppel for Rail Miss Blazer M328M. Class 5 Junior Yearling Females, calf January 1st to February 28th, 2024. Allison Strandberg with RRSS Mojito 2402.
Good female to close us out here in our Red Angus show, and one as you study her from the ground up, giant footed and comfortable in terms of her angles. I think as you study her in comparison to her contemporaries in this breed, got a little more size and scale, which I certainly appreciate as far as her breeding utility. You can go a lot of different ways with this heifer. Still fresh and neat from her shoulders forward. Got a big pin set when you study her from behind. In a couple areas, maybe you'd like to see her transition just a bit neater from her shoulder back into her full rib. She's probably one for her added frame, could use just a bit more softness in terms of her center body. But I really like this one's feet and legs. I like her added dimension that she brings to this particular scenario. Congratulations to this young lady on a very nice heifer.
Congratulations to Allison Strandberg with RRSS Mojito 2402. Ready to judge for the Grand and Reserve Champion Red Angus Females. Jacob Lavas Young, Katie Johnson, Jessie Coyle, Tanner Ruppel, and Allison Strandberg.
Well, I think it's at this point in the day where I'd really like to stress just how good this show has been to this point. And we get to the end here in these breed drives, and my hats goes off to all these breeders and exhibitors and everybody here at the Cheyenne Livestock Expo, and just how good these cattle have been. And the Red Angus continue that same trend. We started all off here in this first class with a heifer that I like a great deal in terms of her comfort there at the surface, her added foot and feature, her look and design here from the side profile. She comes back out here just a little more comfortable, and you can really dig in and evaluate what she brings to the table. I think that one's going to make an exceptionally good bred down the road. She's not just husky and stout or as pried apart underneath as a few of these other heifers, but I think gives you a very striking view and highlights it with an awesome set of feet and legs at the surface. There in class 2, we had a stout, bold-bodied kind of a female. You'd like to see just a little neater in terms of her design, but certainly a useful kind. Then we get into the third class, and one that I think you could talk an awful long time about. I'll keep it brief. I like this one's kind. Her low-maintenance look, her body, her flexibility, the way she's assembled underneath, her look and design here from the side profile. Again, she's got a little chest. I'll eat it just to get what she has from there on back, because I think that one has just such an easy flesh and look, and I think works great when put back into production after she has a great deal of success in the show ring. She's awfully, awfully nice. Heifer that comes out of this next class, a bit like our second class winner in terms of density and power, maybe not near as tricked out or neat from the side profile, but certainly a good kind of cattle there in that fourth class winner. Then our last class, maybe the one that doesn't match up with the remainder of the lineup in terms of her size and scale, but I think certainly brings a lot of neat pieces to this particular setting. Big-footed, comfortable underneath, high tying and long and extended, just in her general type. She's stout. When you step right in behind her, maybe doesn't balance up near as appropriately from her chest floor back into her center body. Again, for her added frame, she could use just a bit more softness in terms of her rib, but some big pieces that'll be awfully fun to breed on. So again, I think a very good set of them from start to finish. Pretty straightforward decision on my champion, then gets a little closer on either end in terms of what I'm going to use for reserve. But this one needs to win, and she does so quite handily. I'm actually going to follow right up with this calf. I think that one does a lot of things right. Congratulations to our Red Angus exhibitors.
Red Angus champion female goes to Jessie Coyle with TMAS Ms. Max 4707M. Reserve Jacob Lavasse Young with Lazy J Noble Nelly 5451 021. We're ready for the Shorthorn Plus Class 1. Briley Rogers with RRCC Raylin 5096. LCCC Show Team with Razzle Dazzle. Carrie Cobb with KC Miss Ruby MV 384N. LCCC Show Team with Annabelle.
We jump back on the horse here in the Shorthorn division, and I'll be the first one to tell you that Class 1 is kind of a mixed bag of Skittles. You have to just sit back on your heels and ask yourself what you're willing to live with, and I thought our leadoff heifer outside of her hip was the functional one of this particular makeup. I thought she was a little more feminine than the heifer that we had in second. I thought at the ground, the biggest footed heifer was probably the safest choice in the way that she utilized her skeleton. I don't want to sound too critical. I still think this heifer balances. She's the deepest in terms of just her natural belly line. The heifer's got a good sweep and softness to her rear rib and flank. Like I mentioned before, she's neater in the tuck to her shoulder and chest than the heifer that we have in second. I thought she had more internal dimension than the heifer that we have there in third. If I could level her out of her hip just a shot and elevate her at her tail base, but I still thought that heifer won at the ground. The heifer in 2 intrigues me, and if you like the additional bone width and substance, I'm not one to argue. Compared to our class winner, this heifer is bigger in terms of her rear foot. You get in behind, and she has just the same kind of turn and curvature to her upper body and out of her pin set. Super powerful. Now with that, she's just a shot coarser in terms of her makeup. That heifer is deeper in her chest in relation to where her flank sits. I can make her a shot tidier in terms of her shoulder build. And then at the ground, where I thought the biggest difference was, that heifer will ride up on her rear ankle and not want to have the same security behind. I like her quality quite well, and I thought she had more intriguing breeding pieces than the heifer that we're getting ready to talk. Ladies heifer that comes here in third. It's more feminine and a little more ladylike about her head carriage. It's a slimmer necked heifer that's a little tidier in terms of her chest and shoulder. I thought from behind the cattle we ran out of just internal dimension. That heifer sits narrower in terms of her chest floor. She's just a little bit higher in terms of her twist, and I still thought we could just pull her down a shot in terms of her tail head, but I still like the way that she pulls together. I thought she was a little deeper and softer bodied than the heifer that we're getting ready to talk. The heifer that closes us out. It's broad in terms of her pin set. The heifer still has a nice roll to her mid body. I need to shove her back in terms of her knee just a little bit. She could set down more comfortably, and I thought the thicker necked heifer could be just a little softer back into her rear rib and flank. Good class of them, top to bottom. Put your hands together for them on a job well done.
In Class 1, spring shorthorn heifer calves calved after March 1st, 2025. First place goes to Briley Rogers with RRCC Raylin 5096. Second place goes to the LCCC show team with Razzle Dazzle. Now entering the ring, Class 2, junior heifer calves calved January 1st to February 29th, 2025. Reese Locke with WSCC Steck Chelsea DM 548N.
Here we go, folks, a single entry, and this one actually gets my blood pumping just a little bit. Spent last week at Tyler Cates' house with the judging team, and I was impressed with the quality of shorthorn cattle that he had, mainly how he had built around just sound structured livestock, and that's what this young lady's single entry is. We'll start at the ground for the breed. Her foot shape, the set to her ankle, and the utilization to her hind leg is amongst the breed's best. I believe it's what allows that female, her build is what allows her to pull together with an image that I like an awful good deal. She has the extra length off either side of her skeleton that pulls together with a national look from the side. Heifer's glass smooth from every direction. I'm not going to call her maybe the most powerful of what we have seen, but she'll fit in extremely nicely in the breed here in just a second. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to Reese Locke for WSCC Steck Chelsea DM 548N. Class 3 winter shorthorn heifer calves calved November 1st to December 31st, 2024. Reese Cobb Kaler with CGS Mavericks Miss Eli 521.
Right there. Hey, you got a great smile, Reese. Young lady told me her name was Reese, and Reese brings in a really nice single entry here. She's doing a nice job showing a heifer that I like a lot from just a function standpoint. Reese, similar to the young ladies that we just talked, your heifer at the ground is very sound, okay, and she'll make a great long-term cow for you. I like just her general structure and the way that she's able to get around the ring. Now, from a balance standpoint, she breaks just a shot in terms of her loin, okay? I could elevate her at the top of her blade, and then from behind, she could use some more natural dimension, but you got the most important box checked, okay? You got a sound heifer that's going to last you a long time. Congratulations, Reese. Nice job showing.
Congratulations to Reese Cobb-Kaler with CGS Mavericks Miss Ali 521. Class 4, Reed Cobb-Kaler with CGS WW Augusta Pride 519.
So Pam drew some door prizes for those of you that wrote thank yous for the sponsors. So if you want to go over to the trailer and get a door prize from Pam, Peyton Teaton, Maddie Rogers, Sutton Hill, Avery Kimball, and Riley Vetter.
Augusta. You know where Augusta's at? It's a golf course. Yeah. Mr. Reed told me he's 9 years old, and Reed's doing a nice job showing a single entry September Shorthorn heifer that I like a lot from just a quality standpoint compared to the heifer that we just talked. She's a little more moderate. She's softer bodied. Reed, I would challenge you, buddy, on the move. Make sure you get your heifer's head up, okay? There's some times she gets lazy. She's a little rounder in the build to her shoulder, and I could level her out of her hip just a shot. I still think she's uber functional, and I like just her internal dimension. Put your hands together for Reed as we welcome back in our Shorthorn drive here as we continue to work through the open show.
Congratulations, Reed, for CGS WW Augusta Pride 519, the Class 4 winner. We'll judge now for the Grand Champion Shorthorn Female. Need Briley Rogers, Reese Locke, Reese Cobb-Kaler, and Reed Cobb-Kaler back in the ring.
The Shorthorn show has been good. There's some differences amongst these cattle. The young lady that wins Class 1, I told you guys that it was just a little bit of a mixed bag of Skittles in that particular class. I opted to just use probably, in my opinion, the most maternal of what we had in that particular lineup at the ground. I thought the bigger-footed heifer had the right give and cushion to her lower joint works. She's not really the stoutest from behind, and I could level her out of her hip, but young lady, your heifer has a really bright future because she's sound and she pulls together with a good image. The young lady's red and white one that was second, a little bit different in terms of type and kind, bigger-footed, stouter animal that's more genuine in the roll and wrap to her rib cage. That heifer got a shot coarser up front, a little deeper in her chest, and I can make her just a nickel softer structured. Young lady single entry out of Class 2, I told you guys I like quite well. Compared to the other cattle that we have out here, she perfects structure to the highest degree in the length of her hip and the set to her hind leg. Her rear feet are awesome, and they go to the ground right every single time. She still pulls together with an image that I'll remember longer than the rest. We had two single entries close us out. The young ladies out of Class 3. I told you guys that heifer has the right bend and cushion from behind. She's still sound structured and she covers her track. She's just a little frailer and more fragile in terms of her head. I can make her just a shot softer in terms of her body. That heifer will break in her loin and get just a little narrower from behind, but I like her function quite well. And then lastly, the young man out of the final division, moderate, good-bodied. I like that heifer in terms of her cow value and quality. A little rounder off either side. I could elevate her and shorten her in terms of her her blade, lengthen her out of her hip just a shot. But Reed, I really like your heifer's function. I like the young lady out of Class 2. She's going to be your champion. We'll follow him up with Mr. Reed right here in Augusta for reserve. Congratulations to all of our Shorthorn exhibitors.
Grand Champion Shorthorn Female goes to Reese Locke with WSCC Steck Chelsea DM 548N. Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Female goes to Reed Cobb Kaler with CGS WW Augusta Pride 519. We are ready for the Simmentals to be entering the ring, but certainly reporting to the holding area. All Simmentals report to the holding area. All right, Class 1 in the Simmental show, Junior Purebred Heifer Calves, calved January 1st to February 29th, 2025, a single entry of Easton Newsome with Volt Cow N509.
Very impressive way to start us off in our Simmental show. Solid red female that brings a lot of just true stoutness and power. And it all starts at the ground, big and good in terms of her feet. I like this one's angles and her reach off of both ends. Very massive in terms of her center body and her spread from behind. You step back off for everything makes sense on this female. She's maybe not quite as just tidy in her look from her shoulders forward or is tucked in at the base of her shoulder, but I think it matches just her overwhelming power that she has from there on back. Congratulations on a great class winner to start us off in our Simmentals.
Winner Class 1, Easton Newsome with Volk Cow N509. Class 2, Easton Newsome with SS Molara 356M.
Another single entry here, but one that gives you a striking view here from the side profile. High tine, long and neat in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. Still very maternal, and the sweep to the base of her rib cage comes with plenty of foot and feature underneath. I like her levelness in terms of her top line. Now she's assembled there in her upper hip. She takes off and goes, and I'd like to see her hinge with just a bit more true athleticism out of her hind leg. I think in a perfect world, you'd like to see her opened up just a shot right there in her heart and forward. But again, very neat look here from the side profile. Young man does a great job getting this one shown. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Easton Newsome with SS Ballara 356M. Ready for Class 3 late spring yearling females, calved April 1st to 30th, 2024. Gateway Genetics with RVCC Roxy 1878M and Braden Vetter with Prada. All the rest of the Simmentals to the holding area, please. As soon as the Simmentals are over, we'll move right to the Speckle Park British Whites. So those need to be ready.
Well, it doesn't take much of a brain scientist to figure out that this one just does a lot of things right. And candidly, you could talk a long time about this female here at the front of the lineup. At this point in the particular show, I'm just going to say I like her an awful lot. Very nice heifer. Looking forward to seeing her back here in a little bit. Heifer that comes here in second, I think is very dense and round in terms of her body type. I like her added shape when you step right in behind the cattle. I get back off her, again, as I've said a few times throughout the day, I think a useful size in terms of her moderation and easy flesh and look. I'd like to rock her back and angle to her shoulder and knee. Then she just can't quite keep up in terms of overall presence, eye appeal, and just those hard to make pieces as a heifer that comes directly in front of her, but certainly a powerful kind of a female that I think will be fairly low input in production.
Class 3. First place goes to Gateway Genetics with RVCC Roxy 1878M. Second goes to Braden Vetter with Prada. We're ready for Class 4. Journey Reason with RESN MS Percy's Lex 83M.
Fresh female here, and I think certainly from this view right here, this one gives you a pretty impressive look. Her roundness to her body, her spread up high. Again, I like this one's mature cow size as you project her on. She really proportions awfully nice here from the side profile. You compare her back, and obviously seeing that one that won the last class, she's probably not near as extended shoulders forward, not quite as long and neat in terms of her upper hip design, or have that same attractiveness in terms of her lower skeleton. But from an individual standpoint, I think a very high quality female here. Congratulations to this young lady.
Winner of Class 4, Journey Reason with RESN Ms. Percy's Lex 83M. Class 5, Junior Yearling Purebred Females, calved January 1st to February 28th, 2024. Case and Statler with Volk Cow M13. Colton Knievel with Volk Cow M2. The British White and Speckled Parks need to be in the holding area. The Charolais composites need to be ready, as do the Maine Angus and maintainers. We're going to move through them pretty fast with one per breed.
I would say initial impressions, I was probably drawn a bit more to the heifer that comes in second, soft-haired, a little higher presented, one that's certainly massive in terms of her dimension. I think when you dig through it all and really start weighing out pluses and minuses, the heifer that comes here at the front of the lineup really does so quite handily. She's just more flexible, and the way she's assembled at the surface is more my speed. It really allows her to be looser and more collected in terms of her top line. She's pretty fresh in terms of her composition, gives you a good look, shoulders forward, round in terms of her body. You know, by comparison to a few of these females we've seen prior to in this show, she doesn't have quite as much drop in her heart and forerib or fill back into her flank, but everything makes sense on that heifer. She reaches comfortably. She remains very nice in terms of her top line. I like her transitions and I like her freshness. Nice place to start. Again, heifer in second is stouter in just about every regard, candidly. Feature, body, mass from behind. Got a nice hair coat on her. Young man's done a great job getting this one presented here today. She's assembled just a bit more forward in terms of her blade, and that's why she can't carry her head with quite that same presence as the female that comes directly in front of her. It shows up as much as anything right there in her center spine where she wants to tighten up and just doesn't hinge with that same authority as this female that wins the class. But certainly a nice one that I think has a lot of utility in terms of her feature and her dimension that she brings to a breeding scenario. Congratulations to both those exhibitors on a nice pair of heifers.
Congratulations on Class 5, Colton Knievel with Volk Cow M2. Second, Kason Statler with Volk Cow M13. We're ready for the judging for the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Simmental females. Easton Newsom out of Class 1. Easton Newsom out of Class 2. Gateway Genetics Class 3. Journey Reeson out of Class 4, and Colton Knievel out of Class 5.
Well, it keeps coming here in our Simmentals, and as I said there in my bio, this is kind of the breed that I cut my teeth on. I think certainly a lot of good pieces here in these cattle, and if you know how to mate them and use them in a breeding scenario, I think they can bring a lot of good to your particular operations, regardless of what you're trying to do. We started it all off in a very impressive fashion with this red heifer here at the front of the lineup, still kind of learning the ropes in terms of how to work out here in the ring. Maybe not 100% sure she wants to be a show calf yet, but her basic pieces are on point. Big-footed, round in terms of her toe, comfortable in her angles, powerful bodied, stout from behind. As I said there earlier, maybe not quite as tidy in terms of her shoulder and how it lays onto her body, or just as neat and youthful about her head as a few of these other ones, but everything makes sense. I really like this one's dimension and feature she brings to this particular lineup. The heifer that comes in second on the stand, I think, combats her because she is just a little neater in terms of her design. She has a good balance in terms of her lines and how they all come together here from the profile. Set her in motion. I just like to see her hinge with a bit more authority and flexibility there off her rear too. Like to rock her back in her angles just a touch out of her front end. Nice heifer on the stand. Then we get into this heifer here out of this third spot, and I would say that as judges, this is probably where we try to insert our intelligence and try to throw out some big fancy terms. I would tell you, I just think this heifer's good livestock, and whether you like them built like show heifers from the side or brood cows from a three-quarter shot, this one does it. She's built right at the surface in terms of her reach. I like this one's comfort and attractiveness in terms of her lower skeleton. She really highlights her body shape by after you really realize how fresh she is in her composition. remains very collected in terms of her lines. I think a very high-end female, does a lot of things right in terms of her function and basics, and still highlights it with a lot of those extras you like to find in the show ring. Heifer that comes here out of this fourth class, as I said there earlier, from an individual standpoint, round-bodied, stout, proportions fairly correctly from the side profile. Can't quite keep up in terms of just her balance as you start comparing her to a few of these other females out here. The depth to her shoulder, where her center body sits into her length and extension from the side, but I think a quality animal nonetheless. Then we get in this last class on a heifer that I think you certainly appreciate, and that's probably the word that I would use on this one, is just the way she puts her basics together in terms of reach and comfort. I like this one in terms of her freshness, her smoothness, and her transitions from her shoulder back into her center body, and still puts it all together with, I think, a very eye-appealing look from the side profile. Maybe not as many of those extras as she initially comes in, doesn't probably blow you away, but good cattle there in that last class. Pretty straightforward decision out here, guys. You probably decide or already know where I'm headed. This heifer here out of the third class is going to be our champion and does so very decisively. We're going to follow up with that red heifer at the front of the lineup for reserve. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Simmental goes to Gateway Genetics with RVCC Roxy 1878M. Reserve Grand goes to Easton Newsom with Volk Cow N509. We're ready for the British White Speckle Park Open Breeding Show. Yeah, what?
So I think I got him backwards. So who was
Is it just the show order?
Well, we're going to do a 30-minute break after the AOBs. You want me to do it? All right, as we get here towards moving through our percentage show, just so everybody's on the same page, we'll take a 30-minute break after the conclusion of the AOB female so we can get the final touches on those heifers that won their breed divisions today. Then we'll move into the Supreme Heifer Drive. We'll get those things pictured and out of the way so we can get our bulls lined up. So that'll be about 15 minutes between the Supreme Heifer Drive and the Supreme Bull Drive.
Yeah, you're in the right one.
All right, we start our next division off with, and I'll tell you what, I've enjoyed really just the breed distribution that we've had here in Cheyenne. We start with our British White Speckle Park division with the young lady single entry, a March heifer calf that I like an awful lot. She's pretty neat colored, but she's still round bodied and she has a lot of muscularity. She's built just a shot vertical in terms of her ankle, and I could tilt her back in her knee. I don't think just her body type has caught up with her frame just yet. She's a little tubular today, but that heifer's got a lot of quality. A nice way to get this particular division started off.
Winner of Class 1 Spring Heifer Calves, calved after March 1st, 2025, is Allie Wright with Cross W Nunavut 10N. Class 2 coming in, Summer Yearling Females, calved May 1st to June 30th. Maya Connell with CM Show Cattle Lululemon.
nice British white females we continue to work on. I like this heifer and just her cow value that she has. She's moderate. She's good in the turn to her rib, and I like her internal dimension quite well. She's still flexible now. Her hind leg is just a little awkward in its travel. She'll pull her hind leg in, and she'll snap her ankle just a little bit. I know the young lady that your heifer's a little excitable right now. I like her, and just her cow value looks like she'd go on and be a nice producer for you. I could clean her up with some chest just a little bit, but rest assured, a nice female there as we continue to work through our British whites.
Winner Class 2, Maya Connell with CM Show Cattle, Lululemon. Class 3, early spring females, calved March 1st to 31st, 2024. Allie Wright with Cross WJC01M.
I got to be honest, there's times throughout a show where I just like to be candid. This heifer has one of the most beautiful heads I've ever seen. The color, I don't know if you guys can see it around ringside or on camera, but the color of this heifer's head is absolutely beautiful. She still has a lot of value, though, to her. Like the heifer that we just talked, she's soft-bodied and still good in terms of her basic structure. That heifer's clean in her joint work. She's a little shorter in terms of her hip. She, too, is a little excitable. I could probably make her just a shot stouter in terms of her feature, but I still think she'll fit in very nicely here in the drive in just a second. Nice heifer.
Congratulations to Allie Wright for Cross WJC01M. Now reporting to the ring, Class 1, Allie Wright, Class 2, Maya Connell, and Class 3, Allie Wright for judging for the overall Grand Champion female.
Don't go in for Supreme, do they? They don't. They do.
They do. They line up second, right?
They do.
They're lining them up right along the
Get
fence.
stop some hocus pocus action now.
Well, I don't know. Out of what? Out of this?
They're definitely gonna. If they don't go in the ring, they're definitely gonna need to be on standby.
I'll go get them. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Before you.
I'm not sure what he's talking about, though, because there were only 3 in the whole deal, right?
Oh wait. Hold on.
Hold on.
Wait. Just go after.
Only 3 in this particular division. We'll go back through very briefly my thoughts of you guys' cattle. The March heifer calf that started in Class 1, awesome shape, got a lot of quality. A little harsher in terms of her bottom line. I could tilt that heifer back in terms of her structure, level her out of her hip, but I like at her age just how fresh she is and has a tremendous amount of shape and power. Not to show my cards too early, but my decision comes down between the final 2 divisions. The young lady's single entry out of Class 2, moderate, powerful. That's the boldest rib, thickest ended heifer that we have in this particular lineup. I like that heifer in terms of her foot size. She's a little stouter structured than the heifer that we're getting ready to talk. With that, from a condition standpoint, she's probably the fullest in terms of her chest. She's a little coarser in terms of her tail head and her hock joint, and I wish that her hind leg travel was probably just a little bit more coordinated. The heifer out of the final division that we just talked, that heifer's got a good look to her from the side. I told you guys her head is awesome. She's flatter backed and she's tucked in a little tidier in terms of her tail head than the young lady's heifer that we just got done talking. Her shoulder build, though a little steeper, is actually smoother into her full rib. That heifer's not near as powerful as the one that we have there in second. It's a really tough decision. I think both of these cattle are extremely nice. I like the ladies out of Class 3 to be our champion. Young lady out of Class 2 is going to be a reserve. Good group of them.
Grand Champion female goes to Allie Wright with Cross WJC01M. Reserve Grand, Maya Connell with CM Show Cattle, Lululemon. Yep. Throw her out of there.
Oh yeah, they said nice.
Yeah. So, we just finished these.
Okay.
I've been all the way through marking the grands with blue and the reserve with. All right, I'm good.
We'd like to welcome Brianna Hollingsworth to the ring with Snowball. This is a spring heifer calf.
I think we only have one composite char, and I'll tell you what, she's still very, very nice. This heifer young lady at the ground is extremely good. I like her rear foot shape and the set to her ankles. She's got a three-prong hind leg that flexes and fires right every single time. She's sound as the day is long. She could take me all the way back to Lubbock here this afternoon. I still think that just the roll and wrap to her mid-body is appropriate. Now, she's just a little awkward today, and the way that she pulls together from the side. That heifer wears her shoulder heavier than what she does her flank. I could tuck her in tighter, and she'll come up in the middle part of her spine. Beautiful hind-legged animal, though. I like the way that heifer gets out and goes. Nice one to be your champion there as a composite Charolais.
Congratulations, Charolais champion heifer Brianna Hollingsworth with Snowball. We're now on to our Maine-Anjou, Maine-Angus maintainer breeding show. First class with one entry, spring calf. This is DRIT Noodles, shown by Court Bronsroth.
In my opinion, the Maine Angus breed is, I guess, complementation at its finest in terms of two breeds that really work well together. The Maines come with some added stoutness and shape and bone, and the Angus really make for a nice maternal female. So when you put those two things together, you get something kind of like this here out of Class 1. Soft-bodied, got some added foot, some added bone, certainly dimensional when you study her from a three-quarter shot. Maternal in terms of her type and kind. You get just a little bit more nitpicky on this one. She could be a shot neater from her shoulders forward. She's one that you maybe like to rock back and angle to her knee ever so slightly, but certainly a high-quality female to get us started off in our Maine Angus show. Congratulations, this young man, on an awful nice female.
First place goes to Court Bronsroth. We're now ready for our second class, one entry, junior heifer calf. This is PODZ Proven Queen 352 and exhibited by Ryan Carlson. Oh, excuse me, that's a scratch. We're on to our senior heifer calf. This is RWBC Sarah's Dream 415 MET, exhibited by Natalie Van Ruyten.
Really a striking female as you study this one from the side profile, especially when on the stand. I think a female, it's highly presented, smooth in terms of her lines, neat in terms of her look from her shoulders forward, proportional in terms of her underline, and reads very comfortable in terms of her lower angles. The tricky thing is when she takes off and goes, she wants to kind of jump up in her center spine and drop her pins just ever so slightly. I think if you could loosen her right there in terms of her center spine, makes this female just that much more high quality than what she already is. Regardless, that one gives you a very good look here from the side. Congratulations on that young lady. Doing a great job getting her shown.
First place exhibited by Natalie Van Ruyten. We'll move to our next class of early yearling heifers. 3 entries in this class. Attention in the barn, Kimberly Gray. We need your entry in at this time. We're at your class, Kimberly Gray. In this early spring female class, we have 3 entries. First is LFSCA Classy Gal, ET, exhibited by Kimberly Gray. Next, Randon Jonky, exhibited by Randon Jonky. And Randon Jonky with a second entry. So we have 2 in this class.
Certainly a pair of stout, just dimensional kind of females when you analyze these 2 heifers back and forth. The heifer that I used to win just a little neater in terms of her presence, a little more up-headed, a little tidier in her chest floor and on the front side of her shoulder, got a little more sweep back into her flank in the way that she's assembled there through her underline. Heifer, again, very stout and square in terms of her pin width when you get around and behind her. Big featured as she goes to the surface. I'd give her the edge in terms of her angles there out of her hip and hind leg. This is one here I'd like to rock back and angle to her shoulder and just see her a bit more genuine in terms of the way she's designed back into her flank. Got a little bit of jiggle there, but certainly one you like in terms of just her pieces of dimension and feature that she brings to this particular class. The one that comes here in second certainly has that same view from behind in terms of spread down the top side of her skeleton, outward curvature to her rib, pin width when you get right in behind her. Heifer to me as you step back off her just looks like a brood cow. Whenever you put her in this particular scenario, it's a little coarser about her shoulder, a little more jammed up shoulders forward. Like to just see her rock back in terms of her angles there off of both ends. See her get out and go with a touch more athleticism. Nice pair of them there. Really appreciate the added dimension that they bring to that class. Congratulations.
First place in this class goes to Randon Jonky. Second place, Kimberly Gray, will now select our champion and reserve Maine-Anjou female. Winning the first class was DRIT Noodles, exhibited by Court Bronsroth. The senior heifer calf winning that class was Natalie Van Ruyten. And in the last class, first place went to Randon Jonke. And then second in that class, last class, Kimberly Gray.
Good set of them here in our main Angus. Just a few of them, but certainly quality from top to bottom. We're kind of finding our spots out here in terms of where these cattle need to stand. Regardless, we all know which one we started with here. This calf, I think, certainly high quality in terms of her reach and her comfort there out of her hip and hind leg, her mass and natural dimension in terms of her center body. You step back off her. She's not the wildest in terms of her jawline or where her chest floor sits in her, as a few females that we've seen to this point, but everything makes sense on this heifer in terms of her lines, her symmetry, the way she brings it all together. I think a very nice female to win that first class. Then we got into class 2 and one that I think just gets a little bit tight in terms of her center spine, and part of that I think is mostly situational because she's built so good at the ground. Her comfort underneath, the way that she's assembled in terms of her lower joints, her freshness, her lines, and her look here from the side profile is what I'm naturally drawn to. Again, it's a little kind of unexplainable in terms of why she does that in terms of her center spine. Maybe she had a little bit of an injury at one point in time, but her angles read right. I really like this one's composition here today and the way that she puts it all together from the side profile. Still has enough dimension from behind to truly be in contention. Then we got into that last class, had a pair of just burly ones, and this one that wins that class, very stout featured, certainly one that's broad in terms of her dimension from up above, has a good deal of just outward curvature to her center body, got some generating pieces, no doubt. I would say you bring her back out here in this particular setting, looks just a shot coarser in terms of her shoulder, not near as maternal in her look from her shoulders forward. I'd like to rock her back in her angle up front and see her again just a little more genuine in terms of her underline. Good set of them here, I think, from top to bottom. You could do a couple different things. To me, the one that's the most my kind in terms of her angles, her look and her design, the way she's presented in terms of her composition, is the young lady that would have won class 2. I'm going to follow right up with class 1 for reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Maine-Anjou female is our WBC Sarah's Dream 415 MET, exhibited by Natalie Van Ruyten. Reserve champion goes to DRIT Noodles, exhibited by Court Bronsroth. We'd like to, attention in the barn, we'd like all those maintainers to the holding area at this time. We're going to start our maintainer show. Entering the ring at this time is CFE Nostalgia 2526N, exhibited by Leighton Crawford. Next is DRIT Miss Nutella, exhibited by Brentley Bronsroth. The third entry is CFE Norway 2504N, exhibited by Leighton Crawford. 3 entries in this class of spring calves. We don't have it on our sheet, but we have an entry by Jackson Walker. 4 entries in this class.
Really nice way to start our Tainer division off. The young ladies class-winning heifer. I can tell you what, a good livestock or good livestock, her build is incredibly unique to me. She's got the big spinners underneath that go right every single time. I'm telling you what, she's got dinner plates for feet, but there's not a single tight joint in that heifer's body. I'll tell you what, for what I do and what I raise, I would really like to own a female like that. She's not just the neatest neck. She's probably not the most northern breeding heifer looking, but the length of her hip, the turn to her body, and the way that that heifer goes to the ground is incredibly impressive to me. Square built and proportional, that heifer pulls together. Now, she's not the softest back into her rear rib and flank. There'll be some guys tell you she's a little tied up in the middle part of her spine. I tell you, look at the bent back knee, front foot, and the paws that go to the ground right every single time. Young lady, that's a nice one to get started. I went back and forth between 2 and 3 in my mind. They're very similar in terms of their general makeup. I thought the young lady's heifer that falls in second probably perfected balance a little bit better. I thought she was taller at the point of her shoulder, longer in terms of her neck and her hip. I still thought she was softer in terms of her middle part of her body. That heifer reads a little steep off either end and in motion naturally. She doesn't just float and glide like as what her class winner did for giving up some extra power. The heifer, the young man's that falls third, probably just a little slender in terms of her neck. I like that heifer and just the spring and softness that she offers to the center portion of her body. I could drop her down in her flank, make her bigger in terms of her foot, and I wish that heifer would settle down just a little bit. Close pair of them, though, to go 1 and 2. The young lady's bronco-faced heifer that's going to close things out. I like that female in terms of just her maternal quality. She's soft-bodied. She's deeper back into her flank than the cattle that we just talked. I thought structurally she was the most criticizable at the ground. She's a little smaller in terms of her foot and a little tighter in terms of her ankle. But when the young lady gets her parked, I like that heifer's quality quite well. Just wish she went out and got out and went a little bit smoother. Nice class of them. Good class winner. Put your hands together for them on a job well done.
First place in that class went to Brentley Bronsroth. Second, Leighton Crawford. Third, Jackson Walker. And fourth, Leighton Crawford. These are our junior heifer calves, 2 entries in the class. We have RZC Nova 25N, exhibited by Piper Warren. and RJC Heartbreaker N37ET, exhibited by Oakley Jelenic.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. The show is getting very, very good. Not like both of these cattle here as we continue to work through our Tainer show. Young ladies class winner, man, my compliments to the crew in the back getting them ready. This heifer is dialed, ready to go, and I'll tell you what, she swings a big stick from the side. Parked quality alone. It's tough to draw one up much better than this. We had a kid on the judging team this year, Blake Jansen, that liked to draw pictures. I'm assuming Blake would draw a picture of one that looks just like this. Slender neck. I'm talking about beautiful, and just her shoulder build to set back to her knee. She's got big feet underneath, but they have the right bend, flex, and cushion to them. We talk a lot about balance in the show ring, and really to elevate balance, you have to have length. I like this heifer. She's moderate, but the length of her body and her hip allow her to pull together with an image that I'm telling you what is very, very memorable. Now, up front, that heifer sits a little close at her knee. She's not the roundest in terms of her forerib, and that heifer doesn't have the most dimension and power that we have talked all day long, but I love her parked quality. I thought she held her balance in motion a little bit better than the young lady's heifer that stands in second. The trade-off in my mind was the young lady's heifer in second is a little bit fuller, and the turn to her body, she's bigger in terms of her hip. That heifer, no doubt about it, has more muscle. To me, we get the cattle in motion. She'll ride up on her ankle just a shot. She'll get higher in the middle part of her back, and she wasn't quite as just unparalleled in the way that she tied everything together up front. A good pair of them, though, to go 1 and 2. I like our class winner's presence quite well.
First place goes to Piper Warren. Second, Oakley Jelenic. Our next class, we have a single entry, Haley Walker.
I like a chrome heifer in terms of just the utility that she brings to the table and her added function, moderate, good-bodied. That heifer looks like she would go on and generate really nicely for this young lady. She's still balanced and proportional. That heifer's just a little shorter off either side of her skeleton. She's never going to be the biggest or have the most stretch. But what I can appreciate about her, she brings a low-input look with still some quality from the side, good-headed, slim neck. That heifer gets a little awkward in the way that she goes from behind, and we could stouten her up just a shot. But I still like her cow value and utility quite well. A nice single entry there for the young lady.
First place in this class goes to Haley Walker. We're now ready for our early spring yearling female, 1 entry. This is BMFC Stella 408M, exhibited by Jackson Allen. Mentioned in the barn, Callie Tharp, we need you with your maintainer female in the holding area at this time. Callie Tharp to the holding area.
There are some wacky pieces to the single entry that we're getting ready to talk. I'm going to start with maybe what I could change today. She's got just a pocket of chest up front, and I would like to chisel that down and carve it in her just a little bit better because shoulder back, I'll tell you what, this heifer brings the business to the table. Of any cattle that we have seen today, I would be hard-pressed to find one built as genuine and just the pocket of her forerib and the turn that she offers, shoulder back and hip down. From this view right here, the width off either side of her tail and the way that heifer carries her natural substance to the surface is incredibly impressive to me. Her hind leg alone is worth a lot of value. It's stout, it's flexible, and it bends right. It supports the mass that heifer brings to the table. There's going to be some guys tell you she may be just a shot coarse up front. I would tell you that she still holds her knee square, her front foot's bent back right, and that heifer has a lot of function. I really like this female. She'll fit in nicely here in just a second.
First place goes to Jackson Allen. We have 3 entries in our junior yearling maintainer female class. Entering the ring is PRA Beyonce, exhibited by Reed Pratt. CFE Man Eater 2403M, exhibited by Leighton Crawford. And a third entry from Bachman Cattle.
I'll tell you what, you better pack a lunch if you're going to roll with the big dogs in this particular breed. This has been my favorite to date of what we have worked through between the bull and the heifer show. Young man, you brought a slugger, all right? From what we have talked about all day long, there is a presence, there is a feeling that you get when Elite Livestock hit the ring. And when I'm talking about Elite, we'll start with structure. The heifer that's going to kick things off is so unique. And just the tie to her chest, the lay to her blade, she has been managed to a T. That heifer's stoutness ahead, but the slenderness of her neck and the way that she drops back and bends with overwhelming turn and spread to the center portion of her body is impressive to me. The difference between two cattle that are both incredibly impressive in my mind, this heifer is fresher to the floor of her chest. She's longer in terms of her hip, and I thought the shape of her feet, the way that she traveled was more unique. That's a good one to go ahead and get started. The painted up heifer's more moderate. She's maybe even softer from the top, from her top line all the way down to just the center portion of her rib. That heifer heifer's got extreme power and muscularity. I didn't know she was quite as unique, and just the floor of her chest, that heifer wears her shoulder just a little bit bigger. She's rounder in her rump and not quite as impressive or fresh as what our class winner was. I am a big fan of the kind of female that is, with the flex and cushion that she has underneath. Young lady, don't be discouraged. I know I judged Maneater yesterday in showmanship. You guys make a great team, okay? Your heifer's big-footed. She's got a good look up front, all right? She was just a little bit steeper in terms of her shoulder, a little rounder in terms of her hip, but I like her outside of that, okay, Leighton? Good job, young lady. A good class of them. Put your hands together for those exhibitors on a job well done.
First place went to PRA Beyonce, exhibited by Reed Pratt. Second, Bachman Cattle. And third, CFE Maneater 200 PM, exhibited by Leighton Crawford. We'll now bring out our winners in the classes to pick our Grand and Reserve Maintainer female.
Again, we just want to remind everybody as we start working through the last breeds of our heifer show here, we're going to take about a 30-minute break-ish to get those heifers lined back up from those earlier divisions today, and we'll move into our heifer supreme drive. We'll get the top 5 pictured and out of the way and back to their stalls, and then we'll get the bulls lined up, and we'll do the bull supreme drive after that. Meanwhile, if you guys are thirsty, our friends over at Pine Bluffs Distilling are serving some great drinks over there. They're huge supporters of the event. They have been for the last 5 years. And so go visit Chad over there, get yourself a drink, and enjoy the rest of the show. Get ready for the Supreme Drive.
In the ring at this time is our first class winner, exhibited by Brentley Bronsroth. Second class, Piper Warren. Third class, Haley Walker. Fourth class, Jackson Allen. And the last class, fifth class, Reed Pratt. Seconds in the ring are the first class, Leighton Crawford. Second class, Oakley Yelnick. And our last class, Bachman Cattle.
My apologies in advance. I'm about to probably be long-winded, but I want to echo what up until this point, I know every time that I'm traveling to a show, whether it be on a car or in the plane ride over, obviously the kids are always going to be great, but as a livestock enthusiast, you think in the back of your mind and you're hoping to get into some great stock. This show has been incredibly impressive to me in this maintainer division, is right up there with the best of them. We're going to start strong in Class 1. Young lady, you brought a generator to me, okay? Her head, her bone column, and the size of her feet's incredibly tough to find, and with that, what's even harder to assemble is loose joint works that go to the ground right every time. Your heifer's flex, cushion, and give underneath is impressive, and still the ramp and turn to her body and her power from behind is going to make her awesome to breed around, okay? Today, she's a little coarser up front. That heifer could belly down just a little bit, and I could make her top line tie together just a little stronger. Don't be discouraged. She has a really bright future. The heifer that stood in second, little slimmer in terms of her neck, probably more maternal from the side. I didn't know she was quite as unique in terms of her build, balance, or quality as what our Class 1 winner was. I like just the way that she pulls together from the side. Class 2 is a unique beast. I told you guys from a two-dimensional standpoint, it is tough to put cattle together like this. Her head quality, neck, and where she ties to the top of her blade, she jets down her top line. I mean, absolutely dead level, and she holds it all together with a hip and a hind leg that is really tough to come by. We asked the cattle to travel, and the difference in Class 2 was the way that your class winner held her balance better in motion. I like the tuck of her chest, the sweep to her underline, and still she holds it together. You ask yourself from this view right here at this stage in the game, does she bring enough natural power? She sits narrower at her knee, and the same story matches from behind. I still think her best days to come, and she's got the build to last the miles. Young lady that was second to her, rounder bodied and more powerful. I like the foot size and feature of that heifer. She spins her fronts out just a shot. She'll jump up in the middle part of her back, and she'll fall out of balance just a little bit. A chrome heifer came to us, a single entry that I told you guys has a lot of cow value. I like this heifer in her moderation body type. She seems like she'll go out and generate. Out here, she is unique enough in terms of her bone column, her look, balance, and the way she ties it together. That heifer's just a little plainer in every direction. She could still manage her hind leg just a little bit better. The unique beast of the bunch out here is the young man single entry out of class 4. Class 4, excuse me. You will not find a stouter animal part for part than the heifer right here. She is, I'm talking about just bubble ribbed and super big from behind. She has the most real estate off either side of her tail. Now my issue, though her hind leg is good, I sit back and ask myself, motion, does that heifer just collect her top line good enough? She'll pinch in her loin, jump up in the middle part of her spine, and I could clean that heifer up in terms of her chest and crest to make her pull together as effortless as some other cattle out here. But I love her breeding value. She's certainly in contention as we work on down the line. We jump to the last class of breds, and I told you what, a big bred that can get up and boogie with the best of them is exciting to me. This heifer is just absolute quality from the side, man. She's bulletproof. Head, neck, chest line, the sweep to her underlines just knock up good. The length of her hip and the set to her hind leg allowed for probably the best balanced female to hold it in motion altogether. Stoutest is the one that we just talked, but she doesn't have to be. Glass smooth and dynamite. She's your runaway winner here in the Tainers. I'm going to take you another look. The gentleman's that was reserved to her in that class, deep bodied. I like that kind of female. She got a little plainer off either side. This young man's going to have your champion. I'm going to put the microphone down and go take one last look for your reserve. Ladies and gentlemen around ringside, if you don't mind, put your hands together for the quality of these exhibitors' livestock, and I'll go find you a reserve.
Grand champion was PRA Beyonce, exhibited by Reed Pratt. Reserve champion was RZC Nova 25N, exhibited by Piper Warren. In our percentage red Angus open breeding show today for females, we have only one entry for this division. This is EBK NYA, exhibited by Brentley Bronsroth. We're now ready in the barn for all the Shorthorn Pluses to the holding area. Please, all Shorthorns to the holding area at this time. Thank you.
Nice single entry red composite here, and I think one that puts together some neat pieces from the red Angus breed and whatever the composite portion is here. Got some added bone, got some added body. I like this one's dimension and squareness when you step right in behind this particular heifer. Got a stout face about her and really sets the stage for what she has from there on back. As we've said on a few of these other females throughout the day, maybe not quite as tidy to to the base of her shoulder or down into her chest floor. Could hook up just a bit neater down into her heart and forehead, but certainly I like that one in terms of the dimension she brings to the table. Young lady's doing a great job getting that one shown. Congratulations on her breed champion here at the Cheyenne Livestock Expo.
EBK NYA, exhibited by Brentley Bronsroth, is your champion percentage red Angus. Next up will be our Shorthorn Plus show. Our first class is spring heifer calves. We have CM show cattle Ramchata, exhibited by Maya Connell. DCC First Lady Melania, exhibited by Reese Locke. And Ruby 520 ET, exhibited by Ella Rogers. 3 in this class.
Shorthorn Plus breed starts off in a very high quality fashion. I know that I've been labeled as a breeding cow guy, and I would claim that that's what I am, but I would tell you I'm an undercover show steer lover, and I think this one right here could raise some very, very neat show steers down the road. Big feet, comfortable and attractive in her angles, round and punchy in terms of her body shape and hip, neat and tidy in terms of her look up to her front end. As you analyze this one and compare to what we've seen throughout the day, maybe she's not quite as feminine or quite as maternal in her general appearance. That doesn't take away from her breeding value. I think this is a very high quality female and wins in a pretty decisive fashion here in this particular class. Heifer that comes in second, I would say, is a bit more breeding cattle-esque in terms of her type and kind, smoother shouldered, a little bit softer in terms of her midrib and drop back into her flank, sounded comfortable in terms of her angles. With that, a little flatter in terms of just her general makeup, heart and forerib and how she feeds from there on back. One that's not quite as comfortable in terms of her reach and range of motion when you compare her back to that elite class winner. Blue roan heifer that closes out, shapy from up above, round in terms of her body. Like to soften her up in terms of the depth to her midrib, see her just a bit more coordinated in terms of her movement when she takes off and goes. Good class there. Awfully nice class winner to start us off in our pluses.
First place in that class went to Ella Rogers. Second, Reese Locke. Third, Maya Connell. We're now ready for our junior heifer calf. One entry in this class, Golden Rose Raspberry, exhibited by Emily Skippen.
Saw this heifer yesterday in showmanship and thought she had a good bit of quality, and I thought as much as anything from this view right here, one that's neat in terms of her shoulder, opens back at the right kind of body shape and dimension, progresses back into a pin set that you're certainly excited about, carries some added shape deep down into her center stifle and lower quarter, still fairly comfortable in terms of her angles when she takes off and goes. She's a little deep shouldered and doesn't want to carry her neck quite as high as a few of these other heifers we've seen to this point throughout the day. I don't know that she's quite as attractive in the set to her hock, but she still uses it adequately. good bodied, good shape, good dimension from behind, puts together a quality picture here from the side profile. Congratulations to that young lady.
First place goes to Emily Skippin. We're on to our next class of summer females. One entry, DCC Lipstick. Exhibited by Callaway Lorenzo.
Another single entry here, and I think from this same view is where you appreciate this female, big and flat in terms of her back shape, round in her body, stout and punchy from behind. You step back off her, and I think you'd maybe in a perfect world make her a bit more maternal in terms of her makeup, shoulders forward, crest and pole. See her a little neater from her shoulder back into her center body and how that all transitions and balances. But I think certainly a stout and dimensional kind of female that has some unique breeding value for this young lady when she puts her back into production. Congratulations to her.
First place goes to Callaway Lorenzo. We're now on to our late spring females. One entry. This is MSR Sprinkles 4200, exhibited by Maddie Rogers.
Miss Maddie here has brought us some nice cattle throughout the day, and another good one here that I think in terms of function does a lot of things right. Soft-bodied, easy keeping in terms of her makeup and general appearance, sound and comfortable in terms of her angles off of both ends, moderate and just low maintenance in terms of her type and kind. Still gives you a balanced look here from the side profile. Maybe you'd like to see her a little neater and more extended shoulders forward, a little tidier in terms of her chest floor. She could flare with just a bit more turn right there in her center stifle, but big picture, that's good cattle in terms of her reach, her athleticism, her softness in her center body, and her easy keeping kind. Congratulations, that young lady, on an awful nice heifer.
First place goes to Maddie Rogers. Our final class is a cow-calf pair. This is Malibu 620K, exhibited by Maya Connell.
Single entry pair to close us out in our Shorthorn Plus show, and a nice cow here that you like in terms of her roundness and foot and feature of her bone. I like this one in terms of her body shape. Again, moderate, easy keeping in terms of her type and kind. I think that's a cow that you put in production. She doesn't require just a lot of supplementation, and she has some uniqueness to breed on top of that. I think one they certainly like in terms of her spread and mass on the top side of her skeleton, enough sweep and curvature to her center body. She could be a little more extended in her type and kind, picked up and lengthened and extended just a shot in terms of her hooks to pins design, but certainly a nice one there. Got a heifer calf inside that we evaluated there in that first class. As I said there earlier, shapy in terms of her dimension from up above, round in her body type. Like to soften her up in her midrib just a little bit, see her a shot more coordinated in terms of her movement off her rear too. By and large, I think a nice cow-calf pair here to close us out in our Shorthorn Plus show. Congratulations.
First place goes to Maya Connell. We're now ready to select our Grand and Reserve. Shorthorn Plus. Winning Class 1 is Ruby 520 ET, exhibited by Ella Rogers. Winning the second class is Golden Rose Raspberry, exhibited by Emily Skippen. Winner of the third class is DCC Lipstick, exhibited by Callaway Lorenzo. The next class winner is MSR Sprinkles 4200. Exhibited by Maddie Rogers. And our cow-calf pair winning the last class is Malibu 620K, exhibited by Maya Connell. Second place in that first class is DCC First Lady Melania, exhibited by Reese Locke.
What keeps coming here in our Shorthorn Plus show, and I thought a good bit of just quality from start to finish. We started it all off in a very impressive fashion. In my opinion, a heifer here at the front of the lineup that has the most breeding value in terms of what she brings in her parts and pieces. Stout featured, attractive in terms of her hind leg. I really like the angle to her shoulder and knee, round and dimensional in terms of her body type with enough depth and true symmetry in terms of the base of her rib cage and how it lays in her. I like this one spread and mass up high and still has enough length back out to her hip. She's a little shorter and more muscular in terms of her design right there across the plane of her stifle. One that maybe isn't just the most feminine in terms of her design here from the side profile. But as I said there earlier, it does not take away one bit with my likability on that particular female out of Class 1. Class 2 had a female I thought did a lot of things right in terms of her softness of body. She's a bit smoother from her shoulder to her forehead, even over the heifer that comes directly in front of her. Stout and square and still smooth in terms of her makeup back out through her hip and reaches adequately off of both ends. As I said there earlier, mostly from an aesthetic standpoint, I'd like to change her in the set to her hock just a touch. Like to see her elevate with just a bit more look out of her front end, but the big picture pieces on that heifer I think are on target. Class 3 had a heifer that's round, shaped up in terms of her muscle design from up above, stout in terms of her pin set, comes with plenty of feature as she goes to the surface, just a little piecey in terms of how it comes all together here from the side profile. I like to see her just a bit more maternal in her general makeup, but I think a female that has some breeding value. Got this kind of wild marked heifer here that comes next. One in my circles of friends we call the Indian Outlaw because of a bull from back in the day. I like this one in terms of her softness of body, her reach and her athleticism off of both ends. I like this one's smoothness in terms of her general design. Maybe not as wowy in terms of her pieces from her shoulders forward, her hook bones back, but I think a functional kind in terms of her reach, her flexibility, and her softness in her center body. The cow-calf pair that we just got done discussing, I like this one's feature. I think a cow that certainly reaches with plenty of athleticism off of both ends. I like her boldness in terms of her body and her look here from the side profile. She's not as picked up and extended as a few of these other heifers out here, but but I think a quality female nonetheless. And the calf that comes inside, I like that one's shape and expressiveness relative to this population of females. Good set of them, start to finish. I think a quality lineup in our Shorthorn Plus show. To me, it's pretty straightforward. We're going to use this calf out of Class 1 to be our champion. Class 2 is going to be reserved. Congrats to all these exhibitors.
Champion is Ruby 520E, exhibited by Ella Rogers. Reserve champion Golden Rose Raspberry, exhibited by Emily Skippen. Next up, we'll have our Simmental show. This is our first class of Simmentals, spring heifer calves. We've got Curbs Nova Stella 66N, exhibited by Jory Miller. Bar YJ West Coast Queen 513N, exhibited by Michael Voloshin. Harper, exhibited by Wardell Cattle and J3 Ventures. Michael Volosin was a scratch. The last in the ring was Emerson Peterson, exhibiting NPC Sophie N 533.
My apologies for taking just a little bit longer here in Class 1 of the percentages. To be completely transparent with you guys, I took just an extra second to decide between 2 and 3. My mind never really wavered from the young lady's class-winning heifer up front. I'll tell you what, she's probably not just the ropest neck that we've had all day, but for a heifer calf, I thought this female was built exceptionally well. The bend and flex to her hind legs, she's flat jointed and she's still soft in terms of her rear ankle. This heifer naturally is probably the wolfiest in the middle part of her body, and I still think she holds her top line together extremely well. Her build is what gives way for her for me to call her the best balance to this particular bunch. The flow of her shoulder, the turn of her body, and the length of her hip, and I still thought she probably pulled away from the field in motion. Like I said, 2 and 3 were tough in my mind, and I back off and I study these cattle in motion. I think both of them are a little on-reacting, and so it's tough to get an accurate read. I still think they're flexible, but there's some differences today. I thought the young ladies in second was just a little bit better balance, especially through the middle part of her body. I thought she was a long neck, deep, soft-centered heifer that pulled together extremely well from the side. Now in motion, she'll get just a little higher in terms of her top line. I think the actual natural turn to her body is probably the flattest of what we have in this particular bunch, and I wish she was a shot square hip hawk to ground, but I thought when push comes to shove, when the young lady gets her settled in, that heifer pulls together with an image that I really, really like. A blaze face heifer whose best days are still to come, stouter hip, bigger legged than the heifer that we just talked. I think when she stops and collects at this view right here, she's extremely nice. That heifer is built just a shot vertical in terms of her shoulder and her knee. I get in right in behind her, and though she's a little bit bigger in terms of her upper hip, that heifer needs more clearance to the ground. So a good class from top to bottom, a really nice class winner. Put your hands together for him on a job well done.
First place goes to Jory Miller. Second, Wardell Cattle and J3 Ventures. Third to Emerson Peterson. We're now on to our junior percentage heifer calves, 3 entries. We have Zeiss Volk Miss Ivy N40, exhibited by Easton Newsom. HCC Change is Coming, 407, exhibited by Braden Jacobson. And FILP Bella's Mark, 5106N, exhibited by Briley Rogers.
Nice class of them, and the young man's class winner hit me probably just the broodiest of the bunch today, and I still think she's the most accurate and consistent in terms of the way that she fires her hind leg. I could stouten her up in terms of her bone column and make her cleaner chested, especially for the age that we're at. I thought this heifer from the side was the freshest and still tied together with a look that I really appreciate. She's flatter shouldered, neater in her top line, and more correct in her tailhead than the heifer that we're getting ready to talk. I could stouten her up at the surface and deduct some chest, but I like her nonetheless. 2 and 3, I still still have a high appraisal of. I thought the Red Baldy that comes in second might even be truer in the turn to her body and stouter from behind than the heifer that we just talked. She's a little worked up today, and she's riding up on her rear foot, and I wish that heifer would set down just a nickel softer. I thought she wore her shoulder just a little coarser, and I could dial her back in terms of her tail head. The young man's that's coming out next, I thought her best days are still to come today. She's just a little awkward in terms of her growth stage. She's rope neck. She's really good looking. That heifer is a little harsh in respect to her frame, and I wish she could maybe fire a little more consistent from behind. Good class from top to bottom. Put your hands together for all of them on a job well done.
First place goes to Easton Newsom. Second, Briley Rogers. Third, Braden Jacobson. We're now ready for our early spring yearling percentage females. Attention in the barn, Ansley, Miranda. We need you in the class at this time with your Simmental female, Ansley Miranda. In the class at this time is BNBL Miss Blooming, exhibited by Brock Lorentzen. Second entry in this class is exhibited by Ansley Miranda. We are ready for the AOBs to be in the holding area. AOB females to the holding area.
A really nice pair of them, and I think these cattle have some give and take to them. Ultimately, I split the tie and say in motion, our class winner is probably just a little bit more consistent in the way that she fires off her hind leg. I like the fact that not only is she bigger at the base of her foot, but she's more comfortable today in the way that she's able to adequately fulfill her stride every single time. Now, that heifer is not just perfect in the way that she handles her top line. She'll dish in her loin, she'll jump up in her tail head, but I thought comparing these two cattle, she's more moderate. She's chunkier in terms of her mid-body spread, softer back into her rear rib and flank. I could deduct her some chest, and like I mentioned before, have her hold her top line in just a little bit better, but the young lady gets her stopped and park profile, and I like the quality that she brings to the table quite well. The trade-off is the heifer there in second is probably just a frame score bigger in terms of just the height at the top of her shoulder. She's got a beautiful look up front. My compliments to the crew getting them ready. This heifer is as beautifully clipped and presented as anything in motion. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like she's not wanting to just fire her hind leg quite right. That heifer just all too often misses her stride from behind. She'll pull her hind leg in for being the kind of harder flanked one of the pair. I wish she would set down a shot more comfortably, but I like both of those cattle quite well. Good pair of them there.
First place in that class went to Brock Lorentzen. Second, Ansley Miranda. We're now ready for our last class, junior yearling females, 1 entry. This is Holt, Miss Molly, 402M ET, exhibited by Briley Rogers.
Really nice single entry young lady. You brought a really powerful heifer to the show. I like the turn and curvature to her mid-body. She's actually really developed in the ball of her stifle, and she's got big feet underneath. That heifer's moderate. Now, she's just a shot stale today, and it's evident in the floor of her chest. I wish she was just a little stronger in her top line and leveler out of her hip, but I like her production value quite well. Looks like she's got a good size and spacing to her teats, but man, I like just her feature. I like her quality. Wish she was just a nickel fresher, but a nice single entry there to round out the percentages. Put your hands together for that young lady on a job well done.
First place goes to Briley Rogers. We'll now select our champion in reserve. Percentage Simmental. Our first class winner is Curbs Nova Stella 66N, exhibited by Jory Miller. Second class winner is Zeiss Volk Miss Ivy N40, exhibited by Easton Newsom. Third class BNBL Miss Blooming, exhibited by Brock Loritzen. And our fourth class, Holt Miss Molly, 402M ET, exhibited by Briley Rogers. Second place in our first class is Harper, exhibited by Wardell Cattle and J3 Ventures. Our second place, FILP Bella's Mark 5106N by Briley Rogers. And our third class, second place, Ansley Miranda.
I know we're getting to the short rows of the show, but I think this percentage Simmental is probably as close of a decision between Grand and Reserve that I've had to make today, like we've done beforehand. We'll just go back through the calf. I'm telling you what, that's one unique critter to me. The flatness of her shoulder and the way that it contours her mid body is incredibly impressive. I think at her age, just her joint work and her foot quality is extremely good for a half-blood. She still has some legitimate width from behind. I told you guys she's probably not just the neatest in terms of her neck, but man, everything fits and parks together for me. She's just beautifully fresh. I like the laid to her chest and the spring and swell that she offers to her mid-body. That heifer is extremely impressive to me from the side. The heifer that was second, it was a close decision between 2 and 3. I thought the young lady second place more so mimicked our class winner's balance and motion. She'll go up in her top line. She'll drop in terms of her rump. She's a little coarser in terms of her tailhead, but I like that female's quality quite well. Class 2 was just a little challenging to put together. I ultimately landed on the young man's because I thought that heifer was the freshest in the roll to her body. I thought she probably elevated the bar for structure in that particular grouping of them. Out here, she's just a little funny in the way that she balances up. That heifer wears her chest and neckline a little heavier in relation to where her flank sits. I could stouten her up in terms of her bone column. The red baldy there on the back line, rounder bodied, bigger muscled. I like that heifer shape quite well. She'll kind of annoyingly knuckle up on her ankle every once and again. I wish that heifer would set down and balance up quite like the front line did. Here was the decision for me. I like this heifer quite well out of class 3 on the standstill. She's big-footed. She's cowy to me in the way that she pulls together. Her head is stout, and it indicates what's to follow from there back. The roll to her body and the spread from behind. Now, I told you guys she's just a shot deeper in terms of her chest and in motion. That heifer will pull in her loin edge just a little bit. She'll get higher in her top line, and she won't hold the same balance image as what I'm getting right now. And with that, I could probably neaten her up around her tailhead, excuse me, but I like that heifer's function and quality. The heifer that stands in behind, I told you guys, is a frame score bigger and likewise has more stretch off either end. I thought her belly line needed to catch up with that. That heifer was just a little harder back into her flank and in motion. She just wasn't confident on where she wanted to plant her hind leg, but beautiful in terms of her presentation. I like that heifer's part quality quite well. We close on the last division, and this heifer's got some good cow utility built into her. Moderate, really wolfy in terms of her body cavity and the spread out of her hip. She's just a little deeper in terms of her chest. That heifer gets easier in terms of her top line and plainer and just her general makeup from the profile. But nonetheless, I like her cow value. It ultimately comes down between class 1 and class 3 for Grand and Reserve. I'm going to put the microphone down and go take one last look and select your Grand and Reserve. Folks around ringside, we're getting later in the day. If you don't mind, put your hands together for these guys on a job well done.
Champion goes to Curbs Nova Stella 66N, exhibited by Jory Miller. Reserve champion is BNBL Miss Blooming, exhibited by Brock Loritzen.
Okay, we're missing.
Avery Kimball, we need you to the holding area. Avery Kimball, the AOB show is happening now. We're ready to start our AOB show. Our first class, spring heifer calves. We have Lazy JB Blackbird Xena 528 exhibited by Avery Kimball. Martha exhibited by Cooper Miller. Seven entries exhibited by Casper College. Ms. Peaches exhibited by the LCCC show team. Then we have Norris Northern Miss 501 exhibited by Seek Ranch. And NRJC Paisley 22N exhibited by Yelnick Cattle Company. We need the attention in the barn. We need the rest of the AOB show. Granite ready and Bachman cattle to the holding area with your AOBs. Thank you.
Good numbers here, a lot of different types and kinds, kind of what you'd expect here in the AOBs. I would tell you this heifer here, right in front of me, is one of my favorite calves that I've seen throughout this entirety of the show. One that really suits me in terms of what I like cattle to look like. Start them at the ground, big-footed, round in terms of her toe, stout in terms of her feature, comfortable and attractive in her angles. I like this one's sweep and turn to the base of her rib cage and still tidy about her chest floor. That one has an immense amount of true power in terms of her center body dimension and stoutness from behind. Gives you an elite look here from the side profile. Just very, very eye appealing regardless of what angle you study that one. I think she highlights it when she takes off and goes. Very good at the ground. This red ball that comes here next fits a little different mold. She's a little stouter and squarer in terms of her spread up high. Again, stout featured. Gives you a neat look here from the side profile. Her neck comes a little lower out of her shoulder. She's a little more open at the point of her blade. She's not quite as neat right there in her heart and forward. Just not as extended and maternal in terms of her type and kind as my class winner that I'm a pretty big fan of, but I think that heifer standing in second still awfully nice. The one in third maybe doesn't initially grab you with some of those extras, but I think she's good cattle. High performing, bold and dimensional, comes with some added stoutness, still comfortable in her angles off of both ends. She could be a little tidier and just have a little bit more show ring look in terms of her presence from her shoulders forward. I think she could be just a shot more attractive in terms of her hind leg and how she drives it to the ground. But again, that's good cattle. Stout, dimensional, sound. Those are always going to be the kind that works up. Heifer that comes here next, I think fits a little more of your typical show heifer look in terms of her eye appeal, shoulders forward, her flatness and neatness about her jaw and shoulder, softness to her center body and her flexibility from the side profile. She brings her hock in just a bit more than what I personally like to see. Like to stouten her up to the base of her rib and down at the ground in terms of her foot size. The next two are maybe just a little more on the club calf side, which I have nothing against. This one right here in front of me is stout in terms of her pin set. You could land a plane down her back. Got a big set of feet and legs underneath of her, round in terms of her rib cage. A little deeper shouldered, a little plainer ahead of her shoulder, and one that I'd like to see just a bit more attractive in terms of the way that she goes off of both ends. A little more up and down in terms of her angles. This silver heifer's one that as she initially came in really caught my attention. Up-headed, one that's bold in terms of her body shape, stout from behind, and again, big-footed as you study her there at the surface. She's one that I got to set back an angle to her knee, one that I'd like to see just more comfortable in terms of her hock. Got a lot of set at her pastern, but doesn't offset it with enough just true flexibility to her hock, and because of that, it's just a bit more rigid in her movement off of both ends. Still gives you a neat look when that young lady gets her set up. Red here is one that's round in terms of her body. I think still arguably one of the sounder females when they take off and go. A little rounder to the front side of her shoulder, a little shorter back out to her hip. Not quite as attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. Black heifer here is stout and punchy about her muscle, round in terms of her rib, a little quicker, a little more compact in terms of her type and kind. The red heifer that rolls around here next, big and extended in terms of her type and kind. Like to change her up in terms of her balance here from the side profile and see her just a bit more confident and authoritative in her step off her rear too. Black heifer that comes here next, again, comes with some added performance and length and extension from the side profile. Runs a little downhill in terms of her top line, does the same underneath in terms of her chest floor and how she corrects back up into her flank. Female that comes here next is one that I appreciate for her added dimension when you study her from behind. Again, like to see her a little neater in terms of her pieces and where they sit on her body. Like to stouten her up as she goes to the ground and make that all balance up just a bit more appropriately. The gold heifer that closes this out has some big pieces, no doubt. Just like to see her go with more confidence. Like to see a bit more athleticism in her step there off her rear too. Very good class there. I thought an awful nice class winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations. First place went to Avery Kimball. Second, Cooper Miller. Third, Casper College. Fourth, Seek Ranch. Fifth, Casper College. Sixth, Yelnick Cattle Company. And the balance, Casper College and LCCC Show Team. We're now ready for our early spring yearling. This is Sheila, exhibited by Granite Reddy.
Very nice stocking-legged female here, and one that I would kind of term as a donor cow, and that doesn't take anything away from her here in the show ring, but her pieces, I think, elevate her to that status in terms of her reach and her comfort off of both ends, her feature at the surface, her body mass and dimension when you step right in behind her, you step back off her. She's one that still gives you a very neat look here from the side profile, maybe not as picked up and as tidy in a couple areas as a few that we've seen to this point, but again, dense in terms of her makeup, stout from behind, comfortable underneath. I think that one will raise something. I don't feel like I'm stepping out on a limb by saying that. Congratulations to this young man on a very nice heifer.
First place goes to Granite Ready. We're now ready for our junior yearling female. This is NSC. It's a craving, not a crush, exhibited by Bachman Cattle.
Shaping up to be a very nice AOB show, and another heifer here that I think is a very high quality animal. And I think we're getting close to the end here in our AOBs. This one I think is going to highlight this lineup in a very impressive fashion. Good looking, shoulders forward, neat at the base of her shoulder, and still opens back with an impressive amount of true body shape. I like this one's reach and comfort there off of both ends. She's good footed and comes with some added feature there at the surface. Maybe not the longest hipped one that I've ever seen, but by and large, this one has dimension. She's one that's comfortable underneath, gives you a very neat look from the side profile. I think be a fun female to continue to show, just as much as anything, be a very neat animal to put back into production. Congratulations to him on an awful nice heifer.
We're now ready to select our champion and reserve AOB. Winning the first class, Lazy JB Blackbird Xena 528, exhibited by Avery Kimball. Second class, Sheila, exhibited by Granite Ready. And the last class is NSC, It's a Craving, Not a Crush, Bachman Cattle. Second place in our first class was Martha, exhibited by Cooper Miller.
Very good AOB show to close us out on the day. And I guess as much as anything, as we come to a close here in our breeds, I'd just like to say I've been very impressed with this show from start to finish. And you'll hear more kind words, I'm sure, from Case here in our grand drives. But it's been truly impressive to sort through all these breeds and we get them back out here. And I think you're just truly kind of set back on your heels with the quality that's come through the ring today. Obviously, just a first-class event. But the breeders that come here and support this has been fun to evaluate. Really good to just see the immense quality that we've seen here over the last 2 days. We started a little off in the AOB show with one that I think is kind of a stinger. And I haven't necessarily paid the most attention to what Case has had through his ring as far as calves, but I'll go ahead and say it. She'd be my calf champion on the day. I like this calf a great deal. Comfortable underneath, round-footed, got some added bone, bold-bodied, stout from behind, neat-looking, got an up-headed presence about her, very tidy in terms of her chest floor, and just explodes back with a ton of true dimension. I think one that you could project her on past a very impressive viewpoint today, and she has a great deal deal of quality in her to see that one go down as a bred. I think it'll be fun to see as she comes with a bit more maturity. Nice animal to start us off in the AOBs. We get into Class 2, and I kind of called that one the donor cow, and I think that still stands true. Big-footed and has some added feature, round-bodied and stout to the base of her rib cage, got plenty of dimension from behind, gives you a good look from an individual standpoint. You break her down in comparison to the heifers on either side of her, just a little shorter ahead of her blade, one that's just a little chesty, one that's not quite as long and extended from her hook bones back. But I like that heifer. I think she has a great deal of utility from a breeding standpoint. Then we got this heifer, kind of got done dirty in terms of the paint in the barn, but you read through that, and I think this heifer has a great deal of quality as well. Her attractiveness in her lower skeleton is something I'm naturally drawn to. I like this one's powerful body type. I like her added shape when you get right in behind the cattle. When you step back off her, she still looks like a lady in terms of her design, the way she's assembled from her shoulders forward. I think that one has a great deal of success here in the show ring today, but again, one that's going to go out and generate, and I think you can make that remark for all three of these heifers, all four of them for that matter, that are standing out here in the AOB. So again, my hat's off to everybody who's brought cattle through the ring today. Looking forward to our grand drive in a little bit. I think it's a pretty straightforward decision for me as we get out here in our AOBs. Need to pick a champion reserve. I'll do it confidently and say the calf is going to be your champion. We're going to follow right up with this gray heifer for reserve. Congratulations.
Champion is Lazy JB Blackbird Xena 5528, exhibited by Avery Kimball. Reserve champion NSC, It's a Craving Not a Crush, exhibited by Bachman Cattle.
Can you announce?
Attention in the barn, we will start our Supreme Heifer Drive at 3:45. 3:45 we'll start our Supreme Heifer Drive.
It was Avery Kimball was.
Attention in the barn. We're 3 minutes away from our Supreme Drive for females. Please start bringing those to the holding area at this time.
Breed champion heifers to the staging area. Reserves be making your way up here shortly. But again, we need breed champion heifers to the staging area.
We're starting with our Supreme Heifer Drive. Champions in the ring include the American Highland, Renly Silva, American Aberdeene, Emily Skippen, Adam Alfs with the champion Angus, Jordan Dionisio with the Grand Charolais, Adam Alfs with the champion Chianina, Hereford Show champion Corey Wood, champion Maine-Anjou heifer Tessa Delmore, miniature Hereford champion Riley White, Red Angus female champion Jessie Coyle, Shorthorn champion Reese Locke, Simmental champion Gateway Genetics, Speckle Park British White champion Allie Wright, Charolais champion Brianna Hollingsworth, Maine-Anjou champion Natalie Van Ruyten, maintainer champion Reed Pratt, Brentley Bronsroth had the champion percentage Red Angus, Shorthorn Plus champion Ella Rogers, Brock Lawrence, Jory Miller had the champion Simmental. AOB champion Avery Kimball.
Well, I guess when you get to this part of the show, as much as anything, I'm just impressed and thankful for the opportunity to get to come out here, sort through your livestock, work with your kids here in showmanship yesterday, and then evaluate all these cattle here at the Cheyenne Livestock Expo. And so whenever I pick up this mic, I always try to make a few big thank yous, because I think that running these shows can be a real thankless job. Everybody who helps put on this show, whether it's the gentleman who called us to come out here, the people up on the stands, the ring staff, the people taking pictures, everybody who helps make this whole thing go. If you would stand at ringside, please put your hands together for all those people. It's been awesome. The rings worked real seamlessly. Again, just been a real blast to work through these cattle over the last couple of days, and I think it's highlighted by the quality of people and cattle that we get to bring back out here in the middle. Again, my other thank you that I always like to give whenever I pick up this mic is to my crew back home. I don't know if there's a live stream running anywhere, and that honestly doesn't matter to me. I just like to say a big thank you to my crew for holding down the fort, my wife, my kids, the people who work for us there at the house. Again, allowing me the opportunity to come out here. This is something I truly enjoy, to sort through good cattle, and that's what we have out here today, and work with good people. And I think you see that time and time again as you go to livestock shows, and we definitely see that here in Cheyenne this week. And so, again, very much appreciative of the opportunity. I don't have any grand words out here today. Again, just thankful to get to come out here and do this. It's something I'm very passionate about, something we do day in and day out at my house. And it's kind of what wakes me up and gets me going in the morning outside of my family. The one thing I will leave you with, that's my sidekick over here, Case LaRoe, is the new judging coach here at CSU, so just down the road from y'all. And I think you guys picked up what, in my opinion, is one of the greats, and will go down as one of the greats. He's an incredible evaluator, but more importantly, he's a great guy. And so getting to sort across from one of my good buddies here over the last couple of days has been an absolute blast. Take good care of him whenever he moves up here. I think you got a good one. And I think it's going to be a blast to see what that school and that administration does whenever he takes the reins there with your judging program. So I'll say all that and say finally one big thank you. If you would, one more time, put your hands together for all these exhibitors, all these cattle, for those that came out here, and then all the people that helped put on the show. Had an absolute blast and appreciate you guys having me.
Champion was Simmental. Female exhibit was RVCC Roxy 1878M, exhibited by Gateway Genetics. Reserve champion PRA Beyonce, exhibited by Reed Pratt. Third place in the drive was Meg, exhibited by Adam Alfs. Reserve champion was the Reserve Angus Stag, Lucy, 8022, 39 NET, exhibited by Cooper Lindstrom. And fifth place went to our champion AOB, Lazy JB Blackbird Xena 528, exhibited by Avery Kimball. For those of you in the top 5, the checks are available very soon at the office. So your checks for the top 5 are available at the office. Thank you, exhibitors.
We just wrapped up our Heifer Supreme Drive. We will be taking a short picture break so our judges can hop in with those top 5 females. Supreme Drive Bull exhibitors. Be starting to think about making your way up here towards the show ring. Anticipating about a 15-minute or so picture break. Let's shoot for 4:25 to start our bull drive. Again, bull drive will start at 4:25.